thank Richie Thayer from Thayer's Marine for keeping me and Travis on the water. You know, when you're fishing on the Great Lakes, you're dealing with wind, waves, and opportunities for disaster. But when you buy a boat from Richie Thayer, you're on the water for every tournament, buddy.
There you go. Okay.
Yeah.
With a load of iron ore, 26,000 tons more than the Edmund Fitzgerald wagon. The Mississippi crew was born to be tough when the gals and all them ship was afraid of the American side, coming back from some mill in Wisconsin. Big freighters go, it was better than most, with the crew and good captain well seasoned. The oil came late and the breakfast had to wait. The way spoke on all the railing. Every man knew as the captain in hell, which of November comes the sun.
Yo, welcome to SmallmouthCrush Live. I got one of our special guests of the night, Bart Carnhart. Burke
Cornhole right
in the house. Welcome to the studio.
Hey, thanks for having me. You know, I was just swinging on through. I'm working out here in Watertown, and Travis was like, slide on over, bud. We're going live at 8 o'clock. So
here he is.
Impromptu guest.
What are you doing now in the off season?
Well, I've been working because I basically took the whole summer off to fish.
Right.
So yeah, just working, getting ready. I've got a short off season this year, and come February, I'll be in Texas fishing, starting my year up again. So
what do you got there?
MLF Invitational.
So you're doing those?
Yeah.
The big league?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
Wow. You win a couple MLFs and you think
all you gotta do is fish like 2 BFLs and they'll invite you.
I got invited too.
Yeah.
I declined.
But yeah,
me and Boyd don't see eye to eye sometimes.
The schedule came out back in, I don't know, maybe in like August or something. And I was like, man, I really want to try to make it this year because Champlain was on the schedule and St. Clair, Detroit River. So, and I've been to some of the other lakes down south. So I was like, man, I'd like to at least make it. And I've got the funds, you know, for this year. I'm like, why not just
I hear you. You know,
after it this year. And
we totally forgot to bring our co-host in.
I wondered, man. I'm just like, all right, he's let it roll for a little bit. He's giving Brett the flav, you know.
I'm the new co-host.
Man,
well, for those,
Brett, what's up?
For those of you that are new, well, I don't think there's anybody new. JP's in the house, Darius, Jig Squad, Michael, John, Scott. The running joke is, I don't know why everyone calls you different names now, but apparently they do. So we're going to go with Bart Carnhart.
We should have a contest on what's the best nickname. I asked everybody to take their shot.
All right, I want to see in the comments.
What's your best nickname for
Brett?
Brett? We've seen some pretty good ones, man. But what's your best nickname? Go. And then, Brett, you get to pick the winner. And I'll send a sticker pack out to the winner. As
you know what? We had our last winner. You didn't even send him his prize. He's calling me, harassing me, texting me.
Dude.
Did you hook Jim up or not?
Here's the thing. What does everybody remember? I remembered for anybody that bought during the Cyber Week, I was giving away a heavy metal, and I have the wheel here to spin tonight. I recorded it, and I'm going to spin it, and I already know the winner because my son set it up for me. So,
okay.
let's just take care of you. Want to be? Let's just take care of that right now. Let's
No, I
open the
want
show
you to
with a bang.
send Jim's prize package to him.
I don't think you understand. I think the prize he's thinking about was the prize. What everybody remembered. Did I offer a prize that night? In
This
addition,
was a month ago, Eric, and he needs his stuff. Okay.
what was the prize pack? Is he watching? Is
He
here
jumps in from time to time, and he's a loyal viewer. And you got to hook
Does he
him
not
up.
have? Does he not have Instagram, bro?
He says he's been trying to reach out to you.
No, dude. I have no messages. I have the message you sent me, but that's it. He must not have Instagram.
He does.
Right? And does he remember what it was? He doesn't even remember what it was. You didn't have any details on what I'm supposed to be sending him.
Okay.
Anyway, let's
All
start
I
with the
know,
contest
when you guys
giveaway.
win a prize package with me, I ship it out within 30 days.
All right, I'm spinning the wheel. Here it is. Can you guys see that? Let's get the camera on. Okay, there we go.
Win. This is the spin to win contest. First time ever, Bass Lab. Totally random. Here we go. Who's the big winner, man? Let's see. What do we got? Jimmy Newton Juice wins!
There it is. Travis, I want to see you do your random generator one night. Juice Newton, congratulations. You get the heavy metal pack, man. I will send it out. I've got your address on file. And then Jim, if you're watching, you didn't sell Travis what I said. I forgot. I have to go back and watch the show. And I do have your address, but he didn't even remember what I was supposed to send. If anybody remembers, let me know.
All right, guys, we are going to do the super chat here for the giveaway. Of course, before we start the show, we got to talk about Monster Bass box. We're going to give away the Monster Bass box, and there's a whole bunch of goodies. This was a Lunker Hunk takeover. I'm not even going to reveal what's behind this because all you need to know is you're getting the beetle. Okay? The roach.
Nice.
The roach is in the box. And plenty more. Look at this stuff in there, man. Huh? All kinds of goodies.
That looks pretty strong.
How do I do this?
Super chat. TH Marine hat. You're gonna get a smallmouth crush
that's
buff.
pretty. I'm surprised you're not keeping that hat.
2 Beast Coast lead version sniper jigs just came out. Mercury beanie. We got a Monster Bass shirt, and I guess another Monster Bass deal in here. So you guys know how the super chats work. For every $1 donated to the channel, you get entered, and at the end of the show, we're going to pick a guest. So there you go.
How's the volume, everybody? Can you guys hear me? And by the way, I invested in a new camera. Am I coming through clearer? Brett says he can see the baits clearer on the back wall, man. So I stepped up my game. There you go. Tom's in for $1.99.
That's pretty good.
If I win, you won't have to pay shipping.
That's
all right.
true.
Perfect volume, super clear. Volume is good. How's the new picture look? Can you guys tell a difference on my camera? Let me know. Sound and look good. Super clear.
What's new with Bass Lab, Eric?
Dude, thank you for asking.
You're welcome.
I showed Brett this, man. I'm pretty excited about this.
Along.
You know, like in the winter, I like to tie things. So I put this on my story, but it had to be done. You guys know that I created, and this is the one I painted, a Morning Dawn crankbait. I picked the nail polish and made it in honor of Aaron Martin's, A-Mart. And then I sold those and donated $500, and then I matched it. So I donated $1,000 on the sale of those crankbaits. And I didn't sell that many crankbaits, by the way, but that went to the Aaron Martin's Family Fund. So in honor of A-Mart, December 5th, I tied a Morning Dawn swim jig. That's on a Bro Varney head. And I think if the camera can pick it up, let's see, can it pick it up? I think I nailed it. I think I nailed the color combination. What do you guys think? Yeah, bud. A little bit of white on the bottom. So that's the Aaron Morning's Dawn. The other thing I've been wanting to do for a long time was to tie a finesse swing head based on the shaky jig worm, kind of long. But that's pretty cool, man. That has total movement right there. And it's on a ball head. And I got that skirt material in front of the hook. And you could rig it Texas. That's sitting on a Gamakatsu G-Lock hook right there.
Nice.
Pretty cool, huh? How do you like that? Come on, man. Come on, man. You got to appreciate. I got a couple different versions. I want to show one more off, man.
Please do.
Yeah, look at that one, man. Look at that little saucy action. Whoo, buddy. Yeah.
Thanks, Dark Mus XXXX
Last one.
for the
Last
Snapchat.
one. Last one. And I got one for sliding through the grass for all you grass hounds out there. Look at that little bullet weight. Same thing. Ultimate. And this, name that worm. If you know the name of that worm, you are a stud. I know I'm not giving you a super clear picture, but that's on purpose. What is that worm? If you name that worm, you know your shit. Out of production. Anyway, that's what's doing the Bass Lab, bro. Oh, one last thing. Shaky jig worms are back in stock. I got 2 colors. I got the Gillicious. I teamed up with Brian's Custom Tackle. This is a jig / shaky head. I tie it long in Japanese style, if you will, JDM flavor. Comes in a combo pack. This is the Gillicious color. And then I've also got the Perch-tastic color. And they're live on the site. I only got a couple of them to sell. So there you go, man. Back in stock. I know JP Hero called off 5 of his keepers in his last derby on it. So that's what's doing the Bass Lab. Thanks for the few minutes to tell you guys what's up. Oh, and I did restock some Mad Hatters, my collab with 9K Elite. Clearwater Killer, you guys have been asking for it. That's the Clearwater Killer color. It's back in stock. 1/2 ounce, hard thumping, hunting, slow rolling chatterbait. Completely different action than jackhammer. Tournament winner in PA with the June bug color. Mr. Hamburger and his son smashed him. BTC was at that tournament, by the way. Anyway, that's what's doing at the Bass Lab.
We got to talk about the After Hours After Dark.
Oh, yeah. Did you watch it?
I actually watched. It's one of the first fishing
Streams
things I've watched.
And what'd you think?
I think it was good.
I thought it was an excellent show. I really I was texting BTC during the show, and we kind of talked pre-show. I would have liked to have seen like a pro that had fished pre-live scope and then has been in the post-live scope era to get their opinion. And the one question I wanted that the moderators of that show to ask each panelist was, in a very organized fashion, nobody talking over anybody, what is your opinion on limiting the number of units on a boat? Travis, you and I talked about it.
We talked about it.
Every sport has limits, like golf, number of clubs, you're limited, your horsepower, length of boat, length of rod, hooks that you can have.
Well, first of all,
you can't troll for them. And so I just wanted that discussion. I didn't get it, but, you know, interesting that they didn't cover that. But still, it was an entertaining show for sure. People got what they wanted, which was the muck.
Yeah. The limitations, I'm, you know, I guess the number one, I think the horsepower needs to be lifted, right? Walleye tournaments, you can run 350s. These bass boats are, you know, when I load up my boat with all my equipment and 8 live scopes and all that, I can only do 55 with a 250.
Yeah.
I need a 300 on the back of that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
I mean, right. I mean, maybe why not a 22-foot boat for the Great Lakes? I mean, you get crushed in a 21. You're a great wheelman, but man,
I don't think there's a limit
about the
on
Ranger
boat
22.
size, there's no boat.
Oh, you can have a 22 or 23-foot boat. You could have a 24. You could have a 30.
I think like ballistics are 22.5 feet. The
You
ballistics.
could
I don't know exactly.
You could have a 30-foot boat.
Well,
No, not 30.
I mean, you have to have the live wells, and you know, there's.
No, I'm just saying, if they made a 30-foot bass boat, could you run
I
it?
don't think it would get on plane with a 250. So
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I got you.
there,
Okay.
guys have been running 22 footers, like, but
Oh yeah, for a long time,
they
right?
just don't perform. really
Yeah,
good.
I can't wait. You know what we need to do is we need to have the rules, you know, the gray areas, because I've seen, you guys know a couple years ago I got DQ'd from that big tournament in Wisconsin for
No ladders, right?
for using a ladder during official practice, right?
Right.
Yet on the
But it was in the
series,
rules, right?
you see guys stepping on top of their graphs trying to get a little height advantage.
But
What's the
but
difference
that's
if I
legal.
put a 2-inch lift in my boot to get me up another 2-inch? Like, it's
Was that
so-
illegal?
What's that?
Lifts in your boots or stepping on your trolling motor? It's not in the
No,
rules,
so-
right?
So they make shoes that have like higher heels.
Yeah, they're called
Right.
high heels or stilettos.
You'd look
Yeah,
good in
but
high
they make
heels,
for
bro, with
guys.
that beard,
You're
man.
right.
You should do that. You should wear high heels for a video. Yeah, that'd be cool. 6-inch pumps, baby.
Yeah.
I think the rule, it has to be fixed to the boat. If it's something
The
that's
problem
fixed
was-
to the boat,
No,
If
it's
a
not
graph
above
is
the gunnel.
fixed-
You cannot be above the gunnel.
I thought it
And-
was just
and-
specifically it said
So what
no
happened-
ladders.
So they had this tournament organization had what's called an official practice, which was Friday, and I
Yeah.
was still using my ladder. And during the meeting, I was going to ask the official guy, Kyle, can I use my ladder in the tournament? And turns out because I used it that Friday, I got DQ'd. Yet Brandon Polnick can go stand on his hummingbirds and get an extra 2 feet and do it all day long. I don't understand.
Yeah. Yeah. So I guess there needs to be a rules review.
Anyways,
I don't think Travis read the rules before that tournament
no,
started.
I did.
No. Anyway,
I did.
you gotta
Listen,
let
how
that
come
one
this
go.
light is so bright? It's look at how
I
white
don't-
we are.
I know.
I look like I haven't been outside in 4 years.
Right?
You look
right.
like Travis just
Look
drip
at-
dried you in the back,
I'm
man.
a ghost.
Check
So
your
Bart's,
neck.
Bart's just kind of hanging out. He's going to be helping me tonight with our special guest coming up shortly. And
Did he pick a winner
I don't
of the
think he
nickname?
said my real name one time though. Like nobody probably even knows that this is like a joke.
yeah, they know.
I know your real name. It's Brett Cartwright, man.
Yeah, maybe. Oh yeah, by the way, the best one was Waves,
What
Current,
was
and Ice, but he gave out like 4 or 5 of them
Yeah.
at least. But he
But
wins.
that's okay. We didn't put any rule limitation on the number of entries. And what was it?
I can't
So I
even
could-
remember what it was, but it was good.
All right, waves, currents, and ice. You have to type exactly what you typed before so you can see it and pick it. Because
I mean,
clearly
we could
you had the
scroll
winner.
back to the comments. Can we filter only Waves, Current, and Ice? But anyway, what he wins for picking the best nickname is a Milwaukee drill
There you go.
from Travis's office,
No,
and I'll
Waves.
give him my winter hat that
There
has
you
been
go.
worn in a lot of fishing tournaments.
A new entry just came in from Jamie at Samata Spates. Camel toe, Carnwright.
Yeah, that one's way better.
Oh, so wave, currents, and ice said butter churn right.
That's nice.
I don't know. They're all pretty good.
All
Bart,
right.
no,
Anyways,
it's fine. All right. If you guys can't pick you got to pick a winner at some point. So just keep track. All right. Is it
Listen, I
time
watched
to,
that show too. Hold on. I watched Randy's thing, Randy versus Ben,
Yeah.
today, actually, as I was driving. So at noon, probably. So it's pretty fresh in my mind.
yeah.
I don't know, man. Like, all they do is just complain back and forth, and like nobody's actually even catching any bass right now. It's just who can get clicks. So
that's
Yeah.
what it is.
I don't know. Like, it's just Live Scope's just another deal. Like, I don't know. I lived and died on a Toyota Series championship, and I came in 100th place. And then I've also won a few tournaments this year just on Live Scope. So it's just, I don't know. It's like bed fishing. Like, you either commit to it or you don't, and you can utilize it. It's just another piece of technology. It's helping people catch more fish. It shouldn't even be a big controversy like it is at all.
It should.
Interesting.
It's the side scan's the same deal. Like when side scan came out, I mean, it was unbelievable. It helped everybody from like 2010 to like 2018 were dominating because of side scan. Side scan still is dominating,
Well,
but now they're just utilizing Live Scope with it. And then, in 5 years, something else will come out. But I don't know, limiting transducers and stuff. Like,
It's not
if
gonna
you got one
matter.
transducer, you're golden. Like, one transducer does 90% of your work, and then the guys that have 2, 3, or 4.
I
Like,
would-
I have 3 on my boat, and if I
So
just have,
you'd be okay with one transducer.
I feel lost when one of mine go down. I told you.
I'm just asking the question. So Brett, you feel like you could be competitive with
I
one?
also told you, Eric, I wouldn't fish deep if I couldn't have Live Scope anymore.
No, you did.
I
You
do
made
hobby.
that abundantly clear before
I
that
go
show,
for
bro.
walleye.
so listen, I
You
used
said
to
you
have
wouldn't even. You
I
wouldn't
used
go
to have
out.
2 boats. I had 2 boats. I had a winter boat and a summer. Like, I had a boat I use in the winter because it's like really bad on your boat, trailering on the roads and stuff, whatever. Anyway, that boat did not have Live Scope on it. I didn't want to switch it over. And whenever I would fish in the winter with that boat, I had just 360 and 2D and downskin. I really felt pretty lost, like pretty much like naked out there, not being without the Live Scope. And I was like, holy crap. I'm like, this is like a really big deal now, needing to have like you need to have it.
Yeah.
I mean, I still caught them, but it was just I had them more line up my cast in idle places and remember where they were set up, and then like kind of, you know, look at something on the bank and say that's where they should be at and throw that way, you know, rather than just have the live scope and be like, there they are. Right
I think
there.
it's a good time to bring on Pete, man. You should get him in this conversation, dude. You got a 27-year pro.
Well, fine. We'll bring him in.
Welcome the Dean.
Hey, what's up? What's up, everybody?
What's going on?
Man, I'm chomping at the bit to get involved with this conversation, man.
Okay. What are your thoughts?
Man, I got a lot of thoughts, but the one that pops into my head that's kind of, you know, we just filmed with one of the guys was at the forefront of forward-facing sonar, Brian Schmidt, who doesn't, you might not think that, right? But he's one in Florida using it, you know, a couple years ago. He was one of the first guys to really embrace it, but he's quiet, so you didn't really know what's going on. This is what he's rigging his boat with this year. He's got 2 16-inch Garmins and 3 12s up front.
5 screens.
5 screens up front. He's all in with the sonar, completely committed to it. Flat out says, dude, it's here to stay. If you're going to do it, I'm doing it all the way.
I don't know if I believe this.
No, hold on.
Are you sure it's not 5 graphs total on the boat?
I am 100%.
What is it? What is it at the bow? And how are you setting that up?
Guess what he's got. He's got 2 16s and 3 12s. Guess how they're going to be used.
Well,
Okay,
are they all
question.
Garmin? He's got to have a 360 up there at least.
That'd be one. Is your guess?
Negative on the 360.
Oh, wow.
What?
Whoa.
He doesn't have 360.
You have to have 360.
He does. He's all
Apparently
Garmin.
you don't.
He's got
I don't.
perspective, probably.
Yeah, but that's not.
I'm stumping the panel, Eric.
I know. These
All
guys
right.
are scopers too. man. They
Obviously,
should
there's
go.
one on a pole and there's one on the trolling motor. Maybe there's 2 on the trolling motor.
All right. Well, let me know when you're ready to give up.
I'm ready. I want to hear. I'm ready. I got my notes out.
Well, here's the deal. The salt water.
Yes, I know that. I know that.
unit, right?
Dang.
You gotta have that. Now that sees out 300 feet, doesn't see with the clarity that the standard one does, but it can get you in the ballpark of maybe some habitat that's way out there. So that's on there. Another 16 with the standard, Garmin that he uses, right? So that's what the 2 16s are being used for. Then he's got I don't know the terminology for all the different brands, but the one that you turn sideways, perspective, you got it. That is on there, right? So those are the 3 transducers all mounted to the trolling motor.
Wow.
With those. Then he's got 2 spare 12s, right? 2 extra 12s. What's he got on those is mapping. And guess what the other one is?
Huh.
Oof.
2D sonar.
2D sonar.
Yeah.
Right? That one kind of shocked me because most scopers have fired 2D.
No.
Yeah. Right. Well, you know, Travis, so does Brian. Brian's like, man, you're making a mistake if you're firing that 2D sonar, because so often, that can show, like the forfeit doesn't show you exactly what's under the boat near as well as 2D can. So when you're bringing fish to the boat, you need to have that, because it's going to catch you fish that forward facing wouldn't see. That's he's 5 up front. He's got 2 on the back. We did the math. Did the math on this. Guess
4.
what the sonar value is? The retail on those sonar units.
48,900.
12.
Damn.
9
That was-
plus 10, 19 plus 4,500. 23,500.
Eric, you were right on it. It's ballparked
Really?
at 50 grand.
Holy hell!
Yep.
I was just being ridiculous.
No. That's just our conversation.
5 grand for each 16, and then 3 grand for
Wow.
Okay,
And the
so
each.
so here's what I'm thinking, guys. So I need my Humminbird 360 needs to be up front. I need to have, I'm going to step it up maybe this year and go with a 16 instead of a 12 if I can fit 2 16s. So because I have a 16 now, I can do a split screen on my trolling motor and have my 2D still on there, which I still do now, but I actually have my 2D running off the back of the boat. And that allows me, if I miss something behind me, that's just how I have it set up now. And then I can put my 16 on a pole. But then you're right. I kind of would like to have mapping. So maybe I need another 12 Garmin at the bow too. And you said the saltwater shows structure out further, but not as detailed. So maybe on the trolling motor, I'd want the saltwater one, right? So you're chasing them down, you're looking, and then to fine tune it, you still go with the LVS 34 on the pole.
Right. Well, I mean, I'm just telling you my interview and the teaching that he gave us at Bass U. He's got all 3 transducers on the shaft or the motor.
Where can we see this? Is this a show he did with you recently, or?
Yeah, the rigging is underway. It's being ordered. His boat's being rigged this way. At the Sonar Pros, right? The guys from South Carolina are doing it, and that's what's happening right now on his
Dang.
going to be using in the elites this year.
That's incredible.
But we filmed with him, which was just absolutely phenomenal, where he goes through his system on how he reads fish, how he sees them, tracks them, catches them. He's got a system that is kind of mixed power and finesse, which you would expect from someone like him, because we see the Japanese guys are using ultra finesse and hairy cubes and all kinds of weird stuff. And we watched the EQs this year where Tyler Williams and JT they're using 3/4 ounce jigs. They're going the other way, using it to trigger strikes and win big tournaments and win AOI. So, there's a lot of interesting things going on, but Brian takes us through his system. We're editing it right now. It's going to be available on Bass U TV, before Christmas. And, it's going to be a must see.
That's fascinating, man. Like, if you guys, I mean, I'm a Bass U subscriber.
You're the breadwinner.
I don't know how many people on the stream are, but
Shit.
Is it going on?
hey,
Anyway.
guys, there's a show going on over here. But anyway,
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
yeah, right. If you want to talk, you can mute the mic just out of courtosy to the guests in the show.
Keep going.
But no, I mean, that's a must watch on Bass U, man. I've learned a ton. I'm a subscriber, and one of the other benefits that I know you guys talk about a lot, Pete, is that the pricing, the discounts that you guys give people for being a member is incredible. I mean, VMC, Rapala, 40% off at VMC. I don't know if it's still 40, so I don't want to misquote, but the discounts on tungsten, your Nico hooks. I mean, they make some fantastic products. It's just incredible. DTs. I mean, it's a sale all year.
It is. You got to get into that VIP program, and I can't comment about the discounts because we're not allowed to say how deep they are. But it's pretty awesome over there, and you can get so much. I know the AquaView camera is a big deal, especially where you're at, Travis. So many of the guys love to use that, and you can get a special deal with AquaView, and and one of the other partners that we have in common is 25% off Cortland line. That's just one of many that you can get there from Epoch batteries, glasses. I'm looking through them now. There's just missile baits, if
Dang.
that's in your house.
Cortland doesn't give out any discounts. That's huge.
Yeah.
It is huge, and
We gotta get Brooks back on. This ain't right. I'm sitting here.
Don't be starting no trouble, bro. Don't be starting no trouble.
hey, check it out right now. We got all our holiday deals going on. If you guys haven't subscribed to Bass U TV, now's the time. It's the best deals of the year right now, including a let's see. Wait, I'm almost afraid to say it because I'm afraid I'll be wrong. But we I think we're definitely still having our $99 annual subscription. But bear with me for a second because I want to make sure we didn't change because we're right in the middle of
it. I just got billed for it today. It was $100, I think.
Yeah, 99. There it is.
And we give you a $50 Tackle Direct coupon
to
go shop. So it's going on right now. And I know we'll probably talk about it later, but while we're talking about what's at Bass U, the classes are happening right now. And I'm telling you right now that we're going to sell out to some of these classes this year. We're in Texas, South Carolina, Alabama, and Louisiana this year with Ben Milliken, who we talked about, is going to be with us in Texas. And his class is about using forward-facing sonar to catch the biggest fish in the lake is what he's going to be bringing to that seminar. And G-Man's with us again in the classroom. Fan favorite and Hackney, my personal favorite. I think Hackney's got the best mind in fishing. I think he's pure natural. Like he sees the way predators and prey move and relate to each other in a way that like I've just really never heard anybody speak like that, he's always been one of my favorites, and of course obviously he's one of the greatest of all time. So he's going to be with us in Shreveport, so check that out right now. You can get your tickets at thebassuniversity.com.
Very nice, man. Is he rigging up his boat with 50K of forward facing sonar electronics?
Hackney?
Yeah.
Well, I can tell you this.
All right.
Teaching about how he uses it in the habitat that he fishes, which is
very interesting.
Yeah, he fishes in the dirt, old school, still, and obviously still a super successful angler in the face of all of what's going on. And he's got tools and tricks and tips for fishing in the dirt with that stuff. So I can't wait.
Man, he's at the Louisiana one.
Yeah, Shreveport.
Okay. Yeah, Shreveport. Yep. Cool.
Yep. Ike and Hackney will both be there. And then we've got the young guns, Joey Fuentes, Curate, just all the guys that are winning blue trophies that are, at the cutting edge of everything. And the only guys that we don't have are, like Taku and Koyo, and we can't wait to get with those guys, but we got to get over that language barrier a little bit because what they're doing is just phenomenal, man. It's changing everything for sure. But Taku's getting good. He speaks English very well and getting better every day. So
what do you think the angle is for those Japanese anglers? I mean, if you did have a symposium, what have you seen that's common amongst them that they're doing different? Clearly forward facing plays a part in their game, right? Finesse plays a part in their game. But what have you seen, Pete?
Well, I'm going to go back to Brian Schmidt, who fished next to Koyo at Champlain,
right?
And this is what Brian said about him. He's catching more of this. We're all seeing the same fish.
Yep.
But we see 10 of them. We can catch 1 or 2. He's catching 5 of them.
Wow.
So
I know scent plays a huge role in their game. I mean, you saw how he swelled up his baits and the amino acid, and there's a couple baits that I ordered some, Travis. So we're going to go test those out. We're going to find a school of smallmouth. I have them straight from Japan. They were really hard to get. I've been after them for months. I saw 3 packs come up. I have 3 packs. We're going to test it. I'm serious. I want to know, does it make a difference? Does a new bait, a new shape, a new, side by side, you're hearing that anecdotal story from Brian. He's catching 1. He's catching 5. Is it the bait? Is it the technique? Is it the action? Is he better at forward facing? Again, I have a zillion questions about it. It's fascinating to talk about.
What is in those tubs of tacos? Is there bits of real panther in there?
I got the tub. I got the tub with the packs. They sold the tub with the packs. So I'm going to try to follow his secret recipe.
Yep. I heard it's a powder now. Like I was hearing that he switched over to some kind of powder application.
It's like amino acid. I know somebody. I think I've talked to Juice Newton about it, who's on the stream. We talked about scent a lot. I think that is a great topic. Does scent matter? I think max scent. There's a lot of people, especially the smallmouths, really respond to scent, maybe more than largemouth. I remember the first time I fished a power worm, the OG formula. Pete, I was with Glenn Peacock on the Potomac River. I had a bag of red shad, arguably the best color, 7-inch power worms. It brand new. They just came out on the market. Went to Kmart, had a pack with me in the boat. I hired him because I wanted to learn the Potomac, right? I had a tracker. We jumped on his Ranger. His boat was a wreck. We went behind Hog Island. The fish were in pre-spawn, spawn mode. Dude, I threw that red shad power worm up there, and we started to murder them. He looked at me, and he goes, he even said, this is unbelievable. He goes, you better go to Kmart and buy them all because I'm writing about this in my article this weekend. I couldn't believe how long the fish held on. Like I could pull on them and they wouldn't spit it. It like nothing I'd ever thrown. They responded to the bait. Was it just that there was a group of fish there? But I don't know. We've all had that experience with power worm and power bait and now max scent. And then, prior to that, it's crazy.
I think you might be onto it. Is it just purely scent? It was the light line. Like we watched them. I mean, Travis, you see how Coyo hauls those fish in? Like he doesn't look like he's using 4-pound test to me.
Is he really using 4-pound?
I don't think so. That was one of the guesses, right?
No, if you're using 4, 3, 2, some of that crazy stuff, you are not pulling that fish like that at all.
Right.
It looks like he's got a flipping stick on there a lot of the time, and Jacob Wheeler, of course, is the same deal. Like you watch Dustin Cannell and Jacob and those guys that are dominating over on the MLF side. My gosh, they get a smallmouth on. They're horsing them in. It's got to be 12 pound. Looking at them fight. I don't think 8 would hold up to that beating. So I don't know. Is it scent? Is it they can discern behaviors better on the sonar? A combination of how to present the bait. So
dude, they throw wild stuff that you can't find here. I think literally throw stuff the bass have never seen.
I think they're watching the live scope. They're watching the fish react. And I'm telling you, there is a time when you need to move that bait and when you don't. And that's, I think that's the biggest, I think that's the key. I think that's really the secret. Or not to move it. Or
I feel
because a lot of times
I feel like they got other tricks too, like that, and it's a bait they've never seen, and they got scent you don't have.
I don't know about the
it's
bait.
Like the and
most of these fish. I'm going to tell you this, Eric.
A great debate.
Most of these fish on Lake Ontario, I don't care what anyone says. These fish aren't seeing. There's so many fish out there. You're not catching that same fish over and over again. That same fish hasn't seen a bait.
Well, I think we were talking about he won on Champlain, didn't we?
Okay,
weren't we talking about his Champlain win?
Who, my win?
No, well, your win too. But yeah, we'll get to that in a minute. But the guy we were talking about, didn't he win on Champlain?
Yeah. Coyo.
Oh, yeah.
Champlain, but he came in like 5th.
Yeah, so we're talking about Champlain.
Smallmouth and an acre of water on Champlain.
I think that they're using Wheeler and Connell are for sure using like 12 pound because they say it.
Yeah.
But Coyo doesn't say anything, but you know that he is. But if you watch, I'll watch Japanese anglers on YouTube fishing that live in Japan, and they're fishing for fish that are super hard to catch, right? In Japan, I guess the fish are way harder to catch. So their technique is like everything. So more than likely, they've been dialing in this technique for 20 years while he's been fishing. and they're just so good at it. And before live scope, they kind of just had like a vision of what they were doing. And now with live, it's like shooting fish in a barrel for them. And that's why you see them catch 92 pounds on Champlain, which is like unheard of over 4 days of fishing.
Now, what did he throw? Did he throw some wacky baits there as well?
What is that?
Like, did he throw the drift fry and the cube and all sorts of crazy shit?
He was throwing something.
Well, he was throwing the drift fry.
Drift
fry for sure, but I thought he threw the cube as well.
I don't know, but I think like Travis was saying, they just like understand how to move the bait, the technique, even with like they don't even probably need the live scope to technically, because with as windy as it was too during their tournament, there's no way he was just pinned on those fish all the time. He just knew how the fish was probably reacting to the scope, like when he needed to twitch it or kill it, and just knowing just from growing up probably in Japan, and then they come over here and it's just a lot easier for them. But it's the same thing as like you'll hear Travis talk about all the time on the Great Lakes, like on Ontario, how what do you say? I don't move that bait for 60 seconds. And it's the same way as knowing when to move it, like twitching it, knowing not to do anything to trigger the bite.
It's like a cat
in
and
my
mouse.
opinion, it's kind of the same thing as that, like just understanding the fish and the behavior of them.
But live scope allows you to see that happen.
Sure.
You know?
Absolutely. I agree. But I think there's a missing ingredient with the amount of energy they put into lure design, shape, size, scent, things that bass have never seen. There's a lot, I think. And Pete, I mean, you and I've had a couple of experiences with unique lures, action maybe the bass hadn't seen, and vibrations they weren't used to. And the fish responded. I mean, they've done a lot of studies on bass behavior, some of the best Berkeley science out there. And bass do get conditioned to shape and lures. They've done it on ponds with very limited groups of bass. These are larger ponds, and they fished with them with a lure, and then they went back with that same lure. The catch rates precipitously dropped, and they'd introduce a new lure or a shot color, and the catch rates went up. So it's a great debate. I think it would be a great topic to say, do bass have a memory? Do new shape, sizes, actions create different responses?
I think the bait,
I'm a fan.
The bait is critical, right?
Yeah,
they're
me too.
not going to be, dropping bombs on them, right? They've identified, that you've got to have a bait that is subtle enough to trigger these strikes, sometimes from inactive fish that are suspended, that we gave up on. So I think the shape, it's definitely there. Scent, it's got to be an important component, but it's equally important. Like when you drop a bait, and if it falls through the water column out underneath or outside the scope of the fish, you can see them leave it, or only a portion are going to go down. Be able to have baits that suspend, that can stay in that suspended column longer.
Yeah,
and I don't know. There's a lot to
at it.
Yeah, we're all trying to figure it out, and we're seeing with forward facing, the catch rates are going down. Guys are, saying that at those heavily pressured lakes, like, if they can get 5% of the fish to bite, to react, that's what they're looking at now. Whereas
with forward facing,
when that unit first came out,
shit.
it was like 100%, or then it was 50%. And now, there at times it's like 5% or less that you can trigger.
Whoa.
So it's so that's when you got to start looking at scent and bait and certainly action, and to try to increase that strike to catch. But I don't know. There's a lot going on.
Yeah,
I am pro forward facing sonar. I think it's amazing. I think it has done some things that are freaking outstanding. It's taught us where where smallmouth went. Like they would pull up on the shoals, and we were like, "Where'd they go?" And now we know. Now we can find them in the Chesapeake in places that we never thought to look, and try to find ways to make them bite. So it's taken. Here's the other thing. Like we love this sport. The kids gravitate towards this thing. Like they're like a duck in water when they look at a forward facing sonar screen. where a lot of old guys get all sideways and what am I seeing? I'm confused. It's not 2D, you know, and there's a little bit of a learning curve there. But the young guys have a good experience, even if they don't catch them that well.
Yeah.
They're still engaged right out of the gate. You know what I mean? I see fish, I see bait. Oh, look, I can, like, before it was always in Dad's mind, like, you know, you're like, son, there's a tree out there. I know you can't see it, but it's out there. You want to throw toward it. And, you know, now you can see the tree and you can see bait in the tree and you know, what's happening on Mega Live, the fish coming up after it. You can, so it engages the kids a lot better. You know, so there's that. So I love it from that perspective. From a teacher, it's an incredible training tool. And I really love that. And for the industry, it's good too. I mean, how many different Sonar Pros and all the companies that specialize in installing this stuff, that's expanding all the time. And there's all kinds of new jobs training. Like Travis, you're teaching guys how to use it. It's always been kind of important to teach guys how to use sonar, but now it's like, man, guys would walk through fire to get trained on, you know, how to use that stuff effectively. So yeah, there's so many fingers of it that are positive and good, that I love it. I think it's fascinating. I'm embracing the technology.
Right on. Good stuff, man. Good
So
stuff. All right.
You know,
what's that?
So a lot of our classes in Bass U are all, you know, it's like I said, Greg Hackney's teaching about how to use it in shallow, you know, water. And as you know, Brian Schmidt's teaching his strategies, his top power and finesse strategies. It really applies to all types of fishing.
Back to Brian. So
that's going to be fascinating.
Before Christmas, this video is going to come out. Is he get? Do you talk about the mounts that he's going to be using and how he's going to get all these 16-inch graphs and stuff on the boat?
No, we're really focused on this seminar about how to use live scope, and his power finesse strategy on how to trigger bites. Yeah,
that's really good.
He doesn't even have his units rigged yet, so we're not
figured that out.
Yeah, we're not going there yet.
I was thinking about doing 4 this year too. I was just, I already have a spare Garmin, but I have a 16 Lowrance with active target looks forward, and then I have a 12-inch Garmin that looks down, and then I have 360 with a Humminbird. But I was gonna get the saltwater transducer and put it on the trolling motor too forward, and I was like, I could throw my 10-inch Garmin maybe on there, or I'll just rotate out the between the LVS 34 and this, I think it's the 62. The saltwater one, but
I don't know. Man.
I've got 3.
Fascinating. It's like I threw a new color at Epic Eric, and he's going crazy about how to do it. You guys are going crazy about all the sonar possibilities. It's so cool to see the 2 schools of thought coming at it. You know?
Yeah, that's true, man. My
I don't care what color you're throwing. I just need to see where they're at, and I'll catch them.
Oh, really? So let's talk about your Cumberland experience where you called me during that turnabout. No, we're going to go right through it.
You're going down the Chesapeake Bay. There's a stump or there's a tree branch off of a dock. Okay, and there's a largemouth sitting on that tree branch. I don't care if you flip a weenie worm, a French fry, a drop shot, a sweet beaver. If it's at the right angle where that fish can see it fall and he's ready to eat, he's going to come over there and grab it. He's not looking and wondering, oh, well, that shade of, you know.
Blue
doesn't have enough
where it does matter.
Black fleck in it.
That swimsuit's not morning.
So interesting. So Greg DePalma, Eric Galasso, Mike Powers on the same boat on the Delaware River. He's throwing your favorite morning dawn drop shot, which the fish ran from at Cumberland, so you told me, and then they would eat morning sunrise and not your morning dawn. And you know how to present the bait, right? And you told me, I said, dude, just dye your bait in orange. You had orange dye, you did it, and you caught them. That was in practice. You couldn't catch them. They ran from your morning dawn.
Yeah.
Why?
Well,
Why? Well, time out. So me and De Palma and Powers on the Delaware, I'm throwing a different profile color, double dipped. Thank you very much, Pete Gluzik, right? I double dipped Spike It, and what's the other one? The hotter juice, the one that in the jar.
Jack's
Pete.
or what is
No,
it?
not Jack's. Jack's juice is you're thinking of the spray. But anyway,
Yeah.
I double dipped it. So I had green pumpkin orange. He had morning dawn. 30 minutes to go. I had all 5 keepers in the boat. We were throwing. He had to tell me where to throw. I don't know where the log is sitting in front of a gut, Travis. He goes, it's in front of the boat.
You know how
I'm
to
standing
work the
shoulder to
worm
shoulder.
belt, man. It has nothing to do with color.
You think I know how to work a finesse bait better than Greg De Palma, who does it every day? That's his river.
Saying.
That's his river. And guess what he asked me for? And I gave him a centipede, double dipped, and he caught a keeper that he called out. Powers changes to a drop shot. He catches the 5th fish. All 5 are on the same bait. They were rejecting the morning dawn. The better fish were. Same thing happened with Powers in a tournament. The first one he won. What do you think he won on? Same thing. Centipede. They're fishing dock pilings. The guy in the front of the boat gets there first. Mike's the co-angler. The guy's dunking a robo worm on both sides, all 4 sides of a round pole, leaving nothing. He dunks his little centipede. Color matters, shape, size, and profile does. So it's not just about if you put it at the right angle and the fish is ready to eat, it'll eat. You think Mike, as an amateur angler, he was like a year into bass fishing at that point. It was shape and profile. That's what they wanted to respond to. So no, it's not if you get to a log and a largemouth there, you can throw anything you want. Not true. Too many examples where it's happened otherwise.
Can I weigh in on this?
Yes.
Damn right.
It's complex, right? Every situation you're describing is correct. Both of you guys, in my opinion. What I put is a hierarchy on things. And I think that's important in teaching people, because you can throw the best color in the world off of a log, but if there's no fish there, it's not going to catch anything.
Very true.
So first you've got to identify the pattern, the fish, the location. You've got to make a good presentation. You've got to make a good presentation with a high percentage tool. Like you can't throw a shoe with a treble hook into a brush pile, right? So you got to have something in the wheelhouse that is a higher percentage bait. So you got your going down the hierarchy, and then you get to that next level, which is vibration, sound, color, and there are times when that hierarchy might change up and down that scale, but I think I typically error. I use I've done this with Eric a lot. I use Eric to figure out the color, because I ain't got time for that.
That's right.
I'm moving. I'm trying to identify the pattern, the location. Yeah. And then when Eric pops one on a funky vibration or color, all right, he pops 2, you've got my attention. And then I let go of all that crap. Like, okay, well, it's supposed to be a jig, but guess what? They're biting, I don't know, a Ned rig, and in a morning dawn color, whatever it may be, and then you gotta adjust to that. But finding the fish, understanding the seasonal pattern, the fish is first, and dialing it in. It's amazing to have an angler like Eric who obsesses about that stuff with you, because it's like it puts all those pieces together, which can really get you ahead of the curve.
Yeah, it was very cool, man. Those experiences. For those of you who don't know, I hired Pete I wanted to learn from Pete. Pete's an angler I looked up to. He's a river rat OG, knows the Upper Bay really well. I was still learning the Upper Bay, and so I wanted to go out and do a bass class with him, man. And those are the things we talked about: seasonal patterns, approaching. How would I approach this dock? And then it was about size, shape, vibration. And we had some really cool experiences, man. I mean, I thought those were cool days, man. I really learned a lot from you. Thank you.
Yeah. I appreciate that. And it was awesome to have you with me. And I remember working with that red Japanese chatterbait.
Yeah.
That and that was one of those. That was one of
That's
those
crazy.
where it's like, oh my gosh, that red blade and that weird vibration. And after we had pounded those fish with chatterbaits, it made a difference.
It did. It was crazy. It's crazy. There are certain situations, man, where it just, you look at each other and you go, the bait did matter. Not all the time, but some of the time. So cool, man. Good stuff. Yep. Well, I got a speed round of questions for Pete the D Gluzik. Are you ready? This is the speed round. All right, here we go, man. Number 1, Senko or trickworm?
Oh man, no, it's Senko.
All right, crankbait or chatterbait? Would you rather crankbait or chatterbait?
I don't know. Man, I can't answer that question. This has got how quick is this? I'm switching crankbait.
All right.
All right. You want quick fire answers?
I do. Wood crankbait or plastic crankbait?
Oh man, I would crankbait.
All right. Green pumpkin or watermelon?
Green pumpkin.
All right. Live scope or shallow grind?
Oh man.
Tough
man.
One.
You know,
this is a would you rather.
What do I rather? I'd rather
I'd
rather a shallow grind.
Really? All right. The Bassmaster Classic is set to be on a tidal river or Lake Winnipesaukee. Where do you want to fish?
Oh well, I'm gonna win the tidal river tournament. So that's
fuck yeah.
All right, are you done, Eric? Because we got questions.
Hold on.
We got to get back to this.
I got it. Best 5.
Ryan Schmidt's boat.
Listen, look at these scopers.
By the way,
scopers.
Let me expand on that fishing in the dirt or forward facing. I'm like, I still enjoy throwing at targets, but Brian said that's all he wants to do. Like that's
he
how he
just grind.
No, he wants to fish forward facing. So yeah, that's all he wants to do. That's where he finds his joy in fishing right now.
That's amazing. That's good for him, man, because you know he's a grinder, a power guy and finesse. I mean, he does both. Best 5 or every fish counts format.
Best 5. Love it.
I got you. Last question: how do we fix bass fishing? that's just a joke question, man. All right, what's your guys' questions? Back to Brian Schmitty's boat. I'm sorry.
I don't want to put you on the spot, Pete, but we always ask our guests, depending on the season and what's going on, we always throw a duck question in there.
Yeah, this is good. This is good. This is good. And by the way, while Travis is getting the duck,
I'm going to help you. I'm going to walk you through this. I need you to identify this bird right here. What do you notice about it?
It's a fish-eating bird.
Well, so there's in the waterfowl, there's puddle ducks, which would be like a mallard you'd see in the Northeast. Mm-hmm. And then there'd be a fish-eating bird, sure, like a diver duck, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Right.
What is this thing?
It's a duck.
It's a green.
Oh man! All right, Travis. What's the answer? What's the answer, Travis?
It's a canvas back.
It's a duck.
Yeah, I knew it. I wasn't going to reveal it, man. The canvas back has that little red thingy going on, man. Right?
Is it a fish-eating duck? Is it a
so they will definitely. They do prefer. I mean, they'll eat grass, but they'll eat mussels and fish as well.
Okay.
The Chesapeake Bay was well known for them back in the day when the flats used to just be full of rice. And I mean, I'm talking, this is way before we even fished it. Even you know that island out in the middle, where there's that little broken down, I guess, building inside there and stuff. That
Oh,
used
yeah.
to be
You
where
talking
they
about
would
Battery
draw
Island?
all the birds back in the day.
Battery Island.
Battery
Okay.
Island. Yep.
Yeah. Oh wow. How about that?
Yeah.
I had heard back, 30, 40 years, like that whole flat was full of spatterdock from almost bank to
Wow.
bank.
Are you
so
kidding me?
So is the Northeast River.
What?
They had like a boating channel through the river, and spatterdock pads were from bank to bank.
That's unbelievable to think about.
It is. It is.
What the hell?
I
Yeah,
remember.
Change. There's resets that occur in
There we go.
all right, Pete. I want to hear about.
I want to hear about the largemouth that you caught in the 2016 Bassmaster Open on Lake Champlain when you went on stage and had your famous quote. You weighed in like 20 pounds and had big bass in the tournament. I think it was that tournament. When you said, I'm Pete Glusick, bitches.
and you could have heard a pin drop in the audience.
I was there when it happened.
That's funny. I can't believe you remember that. Yeah, it was the first. Like we had, I hit that line out on Ike Live, and because like usual, I had made a point that was correct, and I wanted to emphasize it, But
that's awesome.
And anyway, we were, I hit that up on stage, and I let that line out, and I remember Chris Bowes looked at me and he goes, "Would you lose a bet or something? Like, what are you?" Because nobody knew what it was at that time. It was too new, But no, I don't know. What do you want to know about those largemouth? Do you need
I
weight?
don't know. No, I just want to know about that one largemouth. How did you catch it? Did you catch? I think it was the big bass of the day or the tournament. That in that bag of fish.
I remember.
I don't know. I'm guessing you caught it flipping the damn pillars in Rouse's Point.
Well,
That's my guess.
I've been known to do that. But in July, not so much, And I was up in Missisquoi and I was flipping. And
But doing something very specific. I think I remember the article.
There's two baits that I flip up there. One of them is a 1/2 ounce jig, and the other one is I flip a 1/2 ounce peg Senko. And those are the two weapons that I flip around depending on the habitat. And I be honest, that came on a Senko. So
Green pumpkin.
It's killer up there.
What color was it?
Oh, come on, dude.
It didn't matter.
Everybody
The color
knows.
didn't matter, Eric.
Yeah.
No, I'm the guy who thinks it does.
Yeah, what color was it, Pete? Come on.
No, I'm straight black, man.
Clearwater specialty. He does love that straight black, boys.
What's up?
He said Clearwater
Clearwater.
specialty. Is that what Eric
That's
said?
what you
This is
throw.
always
You
not
throw black
clear.
anywhere.
Yeah, you either throw.
Yeah, dude.
You
And
either
why,
throw-
Travis? Do you know why? Do you know why, Travis? What's the why behind black?
I'm gonna say it's the contrast, but it just shows up better to the fish.
Especially
You're
it
on
looks-
something.
It's as natural. A Senko is none of these stupid plastics we throw are natural looking. Okay, listen.
Here we go.
Listen. Let's just pull out this thing.
Let's get the
Do
freaking.
you know how a bass eye's designed?
Believe it or not, a bass was caught on that roach. Does that even look like a roach? I'm just saying.
They'll eat whatever. I've always used black. Black is the absence of color, and I don't know what it is, but most things in nature have it in it. Whether it's a goby or crawfish or a bluegill or a shad, there's components that are black and it's visible. I don't know. I've been using it for years and years, and that's the same thing that I won Cayuga with. Was I was pegging a 1/2 and 3/4 ounce weight in the front of a Senko in like 15 feet of water off the grass edges. And you think that bait would just go right to the bottom. But when you peg that sinker, that heavy weight, it makes it shoot. It makes it make a really erratic fall in that clear water. And you guys have fished Cayuga. I mean, those fish in the summertime get crazy eyes when that sun gets up. I mean, you can see them down there, and there's 3 to 5 pounders swimming along, and it's like being on the flats, where you can see them and can't catch.
Yeah. Oh my
But-
God. Yeah.
But by using rate of descent, that speed,
Mhm.
it can trigger some of those bigger bites. But
Depth, speed, and cadence, man. Great lesson right there.
I got
Black
I
is
got
the
a
best Senko color
guys.
ever.
Yeah.
Is this
So,
legal? Can I ask a question real quick?
Yeah.
I want to ask you guys a question because I caught lunker with a largemouth on Champlain in the BFL. The last one I fished up there like 2 years ago or whatever it was, and I was flipping a blowdown tree, and flipping a Senko. There it is. I load up on this fish, and I flipped into the very, very heart of it, and I couldn't see. There was fresh leaves on the tree, and I didn't know what I had, but I could feel the fish. We were in that tug of war, and you never win those things. It just never ever happens. And I dragged my boat into the tree, and I'm like right on top of this fish, and there's spiders and snakes, and my partner's there with the net. He's trying to help me, and I'm like seesawing, and finally I put the rod down, and I'm on the line. I grab the net, and I give up. It's been like 10 minutes. Like,
wow.
it's over. It's going to end badly. And I'm poking around with my net trying to free some stuff up. And my partner now has my rod, and he goes, "Oh, here he is." And he reels the fish in, and I netted him.
Pete, I don't know if you should have told us that story. It might be illegal. I don't know. But it's MLF. Polygraph. You'll be fine, right?
Yeah.
Is that illegal? Is that
I
illegal?
don't-
I don't know.
There's a lot of gray areas.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's leave it at that.
And it was MLS.
Like my
You'd
beard.
probably be all right.
Yeah, you're fine.
You'll be all right. You'll be all right. Travis is good. I love that line. You'll be all
Yeah.
right, man.
All right, I
Yeah.
got to ask you this, Pete. What is, if any, because your buddy Ike has gotten into a few of these, and I want to know if you've ever gotten to a confrontation while fishing on the water, and if you could walk us through the story.
Yeah, I've been through a few.
Great question. Great question.
But that's funny because some of the biggest confrontations I've gotten into were in my own boat.
Okay.
Me too, actually.
Whoa, let's talk. Let's talk.
Yeah, it's I never forget this. Well, you remember, a lot of people might not remember the invitationals, which the Bass Invitationals, and that's where you boaters, pros would draw each other out. You'd flip the coin to see whose boat you would use, and each person would get half of a day to fish. And usually gave the nod to whoever's doing better in the tournament. But I remember this one instance where the guy was leading the tournament on Bugs Island, and so I'm going with him. I'm in his boat. We show up, and in the first 2 hours, his fish are gone. It's history at a school of fish. We were catching them on spinnerbaits, and it wasn't happening. So it's my turn now, and I'm going flipping docks, and that's just, there was docks in the area. I was doing terrible in the tournament. Let's go flip, and I start flipping docks, and I start catching them, and I'm up to a limit now, and I'm starting to call. And my partner, you ever been with a guy that like gives up in the tournament, and they just kind of check out? And he did, and he started talking like really loud, like we were on a podcast, And I'm fishing in this much water. Like, I'm having to, there are them floating docks there, and you're having to get that bait under in that little space where between the floats and where the dock and the fish, there's no water there. And, now we're talking and banging around. And ever since we started talking real loud, no bites, no calls,
no way.
nothing. And I'm like, and it's his boat. And I got to ask him, I said, can you take us around to the next cove? I said, but this time, let's just be quiet. I think it matters. I haven't had a bite, since we've been talking. And he did it. And we were flipped through the next cove. Not a word was spoken.
Wow.
Once I said that, it went from being loud and obnoxious to absolute silence. I didn't think nothing of it. I throw into the dock, boom, got another one. Called again. And all of a sudden it occurs to me that there's no communication going on. And I said, dude, is everything all right? And he ripped me a new one, man. He is fuming. His face was red as an apple, and his blood pressure was off the charts. And he said, I don't need no effing Yankee coming in here telling me how to be in my own.
The hell?
I will kick your ass right now. And
wow.
Now, I was a young, fit man, and this guy was probably my age back then, but he read. We were this close from getting physical, and that was the most heated I ever got. We never went to blows. I talked him off the ledge, and we didn't talk the rest of the day. Weighed our fishing, and he later apologized to me, but that was the worst. It gets like those were the worst times, man. I had another guy that we couldn't get along, man. This guy was an arrogant little cuss, man, and like everything I wanted to do was a dumb pattern. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't belong here, and all this crap. You've been on that herring spawn down south.
Oh yeah.
And it's the craziest freaking thing, man. Where of course, Eric, you'd fish there a lot, probably too. The
one there.
Well, when those, you're there, and if they come up over here and you're over there, you don't have enough time to get in and get over there. No, so you stand, and it's like hunting. You're just scouting the water. You're looking for a herring. Right. You're looking for a bass oil, and if you get lucky, I mean, they start busting all around the boat. And we're on this shoal on Hartwell, and it's one of those bad deals. Like there's like bad mojo going around this boat from the start, man. We just don't like each other. And and the fish knew it. Every time they came up, they were on the boat right next to us. The boat had cast. They were on everybody's boat but ours, and it was just. And I'm standing there, like at times I counted 45 minutes without making a cast in a tournament. And I'm holding my bait, and then here it comes, man. And I'm on the front of the boat, and he's on the back. They come up. They're everywhere. I mean, they're 3 and 4 pounders or bigger, and they're just everywhere. And I'm right-handed. I don't even have to make a cast. I make a roll cast. And I go to make that roll cast, and he's left-handed, and his roll cast whipped right around mine, and our spooks did and stuck together.
Oh my God.
Sat there like just ready to kill each other, and watching these fish go up, and then they went down, and by the time we could each get another rod, they were gone.
Oh man.
I mean, we just went at it, but I don't know. I got another one if you want me to.
Yeah, you go. We love
that last. Who was that last one? Was it Randy Blockett?
No,
it sounds like you were live scoping Pete. 45 minutes just holding the rod looking for him.
That's the way it's getting. But the this latest one was weird, and I still don't really know what went down. But and this was, a point of our fighting that went back for years, and I still don't know exactly why. But anyway, I'm fishing on Toho at a Bassmaster Top 100 tournament, and
Oh, wow.
I found a hole in the grass, and they were loaded in there. They weren't winning fish, but you could go in there and get to your limit real quick. And I had a travel partner that I worked with, and we would help each other out from time to time. And I told him, I'm like, dude, if you need fish, one or two, just come and get them. They're here, but they're they're 2-pounders,
Yeah.
And so I'm there catching my limit, and my buddy comes up on me, and there's one boat that's fishing up in the shallows. We're in an offshore hydrilla hole, not that far out, but we were offshore. And anyway, he comes in, he catches his 2 to fill his limit, said, thanks, Pete, I'm out of here. And I moved on. And at the weigh-in line, I went up, and this is my version. You'll have to interview him and get his version of the story.
We need to know who it is.
I go up to him like, Dean, thanks, man. I appreciate, you saw us catching all those fish, and not coming in on us, which I've had happen a million times,
Sure.
And he started ripping me apart for moving in on him, coming fishing in his area, and just started, I mean to tell you, red-eyed, just coming at me.
Dean
Rojas.
We know who it is now.
We were nose to nose, ready to go down at that tournament. And I'm like, dude, you must have me confused with somebody else. Like I could see you, but I was freaking 200 yards offshore,
That's crazy.
And
What
I'm
the hell?
What in the world would cause this kind of crap? Well, that we never settled it. And I swear to gosh, every tournament that we fished for like the next 3 years, we'd run into each other and cut each other off at every chance. Like he would see me and pull right in and cut off, and I'd return the favor, and we just went at it. Like I bet you another half dozen times over the next couple of years.
Dang,
just hating each other and not really knowing why. I don't think,
So fast forward to now. Will he come on the Bass U podcast?
I hired him to speak for the Bass University, and he gave one of the most brilliant frog that we've ever had. A comprehensive tutorial on how to use that hollow-bellied frog that he's made millions with. And it's just, I don't know, you just gotta let that crap go. You gotta leave it on the field, and
right on.
You're gonna run into people. You're all battling at such a high level where and everybody's interpretation's a little bit different. Guys, I might come a little close to you and I might think it's okay, where it pisses you off, like you're infuriated by it. So everybody's got their own measure on what it means to work in that environment. And I'm surprised that it's been so peaceful on the opens, dude. Like there's 220 boats in that field. And there are times like we were at the James River, and oh my God, we were crawling all over each other. Have you guys fished that? Like there's that the barge pit there.
Oh yeah.
I know you fished it, Eric. And it's great spawning area.
Yep.
And there's one, well, it's big. It's a couple hundred yards of bank that these fish really use to bed. And I was last boat in the tournament to go in there, and I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to grab whatever piece of that bank I can get to. I could not get to a piece of bank.
Oh, wow.
Like it was outboard to trolling motor, the whole length of that bank. And I literally couldn't get in there, and I had to wait for a pause and let people, finally I weaseled my way and got to fish there. That's what it is, man. I'm surprised people aren't killing each other out there. You know what's saving it? It keeps all coming back to this.
Oh yeah.
Forward-facing sonar is splitting the field out off the bank, off the points a little bit, and it's creating fishing opportunities to spread that. I bet you that's what's letting people survive that without trying to kill each other.
Very good point. Very good point. Hey, somebody just asked, what did you do before bass fishing, man?
I was an environmental engineer.
How about that?
Before bass fishing, I went to Rutgers, and I started out in the environmental field, and I want to give a shout out to my mentor and great friend, Rich Schneiderite, who I was in a club, and he hired me for my first job, and he wound up becoming a mentor. He's one of the greatest anglers in the Northeast, one of the greatest amateur anglers. He's won dozens and dozens of tournaments, made federation
Who's that?
nationals, and you know, he's done everything.
Who was that?
Rich. His name's Rich Schneiderite, and I just want to give thought to him because he got a real bad beat. He got I guess what's a version of ALS, and it's really rapidly moving, and I think about him a lot because, you know, he showed me how to win tournaments. Like I never saw this, and like we would go out practicing in tournaments and catch one or nothing, and then he would win the tournament.
How about that?
Just fishing, just adjusting, taking what little bits of info he learned at practice, and he would turn it and spin it into gold. And I learned so much about patterning fish and how to win. It's just it was amazing. It was an amazing lesson. So thanks, Rich. I appreciate you and thinking about you, buddy.
That's very cool, man.
But that's what I used to do. Yeah, I worked in the environmental field. We did cleanups, any kind of chemical spills. You know, I was out there getting things squared away. We got some of that here in New Jersey, so there was lots of work.
Oh yeah. And what year did you start Bass University, man? What anniversary are you guys celebrating coming up?
Dude, it's going to be our 15th anniversary.
Hey, man, congratulations. That's a huge accomplishment.
Thank you. I can't believe it's been that long, but our first year was 2009.
How about that?
Yeah, we this in 24. I guess that'll be, that's our 15th year of doing it.
Right on, man.
Yeah, it's crazy. You know, it's funny because I did it, and you know, Travis, you know what this is like. It's sponsorship is a challenge being out on tour. And in 2008, I lost 90% of my sponsors in 2 weeks because of the Great Recession. And you know, I started Bass University with Ike to try to, you know, find a way to make money to keep at this thing that we all love so much. And the first year we lost 25 grand. So
wow,
it did the opposite, man. I went from being a hole to deeper hole, but we learned a lot. It's been a great ride. You know, one of the greatest things, and I don't talk about this much, is the amazing production company that's my partners, Jeff Olson at Northern Lights. They've got 19 Emmys at Northern Lights.
Holy moly.
You can see it in the work that's done, and you know, the production and editing that takes place at Bass U. It's top flight stuff, and I appreciate Jeff, and just want to give him a shout out. And we started Bass U TV probably 7 or 8 years ago, where we started streaming our training, and then we connected us to the world like we are right now. And it's been an amazing ride. Really been awesome.
Yeah, man. You put a lot of energy and effort into it, man.
Thank you. It's been great, and the future is looking good. Like you know, we're you know, the fishing industry is kind of challenging right now, and I know everybody here knows it. And you know, the people love it. You know, they value it. It's helped their fishing. Here's a great one. Ben Milliken was our first year student at Bass University in 2009.
How about that?
Yep. He was a student then. We got pictures of me and him and Ike and Ish and one of the other speakers, the four of us in a shot from 2009. And he posted that not too long ago, and he's been a subscriber to Bass U TVs. He's been using it like a lot of guys you don't know about, like a lot of guys that are aspiring elite guys, a lot of guys that are out on the elite tour. They love to spy on each other, is what they do.
Yeah, I like it.
They want to get in there, and if they don't know how to catch smallmouth, they're like, man, we're gonna, let's dive in and see what Palahniuk's up to, or Shakurit, or these other smallmouth gurus,
Right on. I love it. I love it. Very good, man. This has been awesome. Thank you for coming on, man. I appreciate it.
Oh, you bet. I want to show you this.
Oh, the quiet killer. The quiet killer. I got to tell you guys, Pete turned my head around fishing. So just a little history of where you and I met and got to know each other. So I'm poking around one of the bass shows, and Captain Steve Chaconis happens to be there. And he's a guy that I've known on the Potomac River guide. He'd sell his boat every year, and we'd go fishing on my boat in the winter. And he's a student of the game. We really have had a lot of experiences together. Depth, speed, cadence seem to make a difference, right? So we'd analyze why one of us did better, flipping a dock or fishing a grass edge or throwing topwaters. We'd fish all throughout the year. And I just loved it because he was a tinkerer like me too. So I popped by the booth, and you're sitting there talking to him, and you're talking about crankbaits, and you're talking about balsa crankbaits, and you're talking about this one bait, which is the little speedy. And I'm like, who makes it? You say Jerry Lors, and I'm like, really? Talk to me about that crankbait. And you kind of went into how you used it and why. I said, I want you to teach me to use that bait. We go out, and Pete is a master at winding that little speedy, worming a crankbait through basically laydowns at the right time of year. And it was just a great day. A lot of technique in that. And, this was pre-live scope when you actually just went fishing and use your angling skills to think about, how to present the bait, why and when and patterns. And it was seasonal. It was just awesome, man. So you decided you were going to bring that bait back because you couldn't get him anymore, right? And so you talked to Bob Allen from Potbelly Baits, and you brought it back, man. And it was tough to get the lips. So I think I got the first group of lips. You introduced me to Bob Allen. I had some breakfast meetings with him. I got to hear about his journey in the custom handmade crankbait world. He prototyped a lot of them for you. So, man, you turned my head around with crankbaits, but I've become a flat side fan ever since. You really impacted me. Thank you.
That's cool.
You've caught me a lot of fish over the years. Yep.
We called it Pete's Quiet Killer, and it's flat side. It's, it goes that it's about a 2 to 4 foot diver. And man, it's just a great little flat side. But I was just going through some of my stuff here in my office, and I found this. I knew it was coming on tonight. Like, man, I got to show that to Eric, the original packaging. Not only the original bait, original Bob Allen carving, but the original packaging.
I got some of the prototypes. I got some of the Lexan. I got some of my Carter bills, man. I mean, I had to do it, man. It was awesome. It was awesome. I still got it, bro. And some little speedies right up there, man. It's out. So I'll tell you a story. So there would be days where I started to go down the crankbait hole, right? Like in the wintertime is when I would go down the journey. JDM, I really got heavy into that. That's how I found that chatterbait. This was way before the jackhammer. Premium carbon steel hook, hunting colors that you couldn't get in the regular chatterbait. I'd bring those out with you. We did good on those. But the little speedy, what was I going to say? The little speedy, I lost my train of thought for the first time in a while, man. I had a big meeting today at WGL. Where was I going with that, Pete?
Wound up talking about crankbaits that you can't.
Oh yeah. So I was hunting for a bait that looked like the little speedy, and I found the man's bait. Now, legend has it, did Mike go to man's to make the thin man?
Oh yeah.
Is that true? Okay. So I go buy some thin mans online on eBay. I get them from like Australia or some, like, it was way out of the country, and they sold them to me cheap. I sat in my basement and I painted my favorite color. TK Stanley at Tacklecraft painted this one, but it's called Rusty Craw in my mind because I knew the bay had rusty craws. So with nail polish, I painted a little speedy with like copper tones and orange shoulders and a school bus yellow side. We're in a tournament, Pete. We're in a tournament. We go into Furnace. I don't mind telling you this, right? And everybody's on the bank flipping. We find that the bucks are up, but the bigger fish are under everybody's boat. 4 boats go in front of us. I wait till they clear in front of us, right? And I tell my buddy Johnny, I said, line up so I can make a parallel cast about, I don't know, 75 feet off the boat, because there's a lot of lay down wood in that. That's where all the fat female spawners were. Dude, I'm winding that. I'm worming that little speedy through that wood on the bottom. The rod loads up. I fight this fish. That fish has me on my chest. I free spool the fish. She swims up to the trolling motor. She's under the boat. I think she's going to the other side. He goes to net the fish, and he puts her in the net. And as he lifts up, the net breaks. The hoop goes back into the water with looked like a 6 or 7. And then he lifts up, he grabs it and lifts up, and all that's left is the little speedy. We're both like in shock, in horror. He proceeds to lose like a 4.5 on a -1. I lose a fish flipping a tube to a stump. We're like at 0 at 11 o'clock in the afternoon. So we go to the other side, the Mill Creek side, I think, Furnace. And we come back, man. We come back pretty strong. Gets a 63 swimming a lizard with a 1/4 ounce weight, thanks to you.
Yeah.
In a color that I love because it was muddy that day, muscadine. And we come in with 18, 19 pounds. We win the tournament, get the big fish of the year. And that's a pretty cool comeback, man. But that was the little speedy story.
Yeah. Nobody talks about swimming a lizard anymore.
Let's talk about it.
Well, that's what those fish wanted to eat. We caught a bunch of other buck bass fish on a little Japanese crankbait I brought out that same day, but the bigger bites came on swimming the lizard.
Hold the board down.
The fry garters were eating this little Imakatsu wattleback, which was the first time I threw a bladed crankbait. But let's talk about swimming a lizard when Travis comes back.
Swimming a lizard, that was a really cool technique that I got exposed to out in Arkansas, in Pine Bluff, Arkansas. My buddy Rich had made the nationals. I just was talking about him, and I went out there, me and my buddy Craig, and we got a guide trip. Sterling Williams, the mentor of Stephen Browning. It all comes back full circle. But he was, we were pitching lizards, and he was like, you swim it. And he started, it's like swimming a jig, only you fish it low and slow and tight to the bottom. Yeah. And man, it's a sneaky little deal that a lot of people don't throw that shape. Brett, do you even have lizards in your boat?
Yeah.
Do you?
I used to Carolina rig them for smallmouth on Champlain. So I live in Plattsburgh, New York. So I'm right on Champlain. I don't know if we said that before, but anyway, that used to be my #1 Carolina rig bait, was just a big, like a 6-inch zoom lizard.
Oh, and yeah.
I would use green pumpkin, and I would take that zoom chartreuse marker, and I would do the whole tail and 2 or 3 of the legs, and maybe half the head. Chartreuse, just like basically a chartreuse and green pumpkin lizard. And I dragged that sucker around. This was back when, I probably haven't caught a bass on a lizard since 2010. So it's been like 15 years since I used to do that. But I've still got, I don't know, I've probably got like 10 packs, and I've got some brush hogs too, but I barely ever throw them. But yeah, it's it's a forgotten deal.
So Pete, is there an opportunity to bring back some of those techniques? In the age, so grass to me is the equalizer, and in particular during the spawn, I'm really very curious to hear what Hackney has to say, how he uses forward-facing shallow dirt daubing. But moreover, to hear the Schmitty presentation, are those just Bass U, or will they be recorded? And as a subscriber, can I watch them if I don't go to those university classes? Right? You record them, right?
Every single class is recorded for our subscribers, and will be streamed.
To me, that's worth the price of admission of your $99 subscription and your $50. What is it? Tackle Direct. What gift card do you give them?
Tackle Direct coupon. Yep.
Tackle Direct. So it costs you $49 to be a Bass U subscriber for the year, and you'll save hundreds on discounts if you throw DTs or you use any VMC product, tungsten included. You guys, I don't even know.
All the red line stuff is available. All the new VMC.
It's dynamite. It's dynamite. I've used them. The silky gray tournament grade wire is just dynamite. Anyway, back to the point, man. Do you feel like grass during certain times of the year is the equalizer with scope. It doesn't necessarily help you unless you're finding a different group of fish that's pre-spawn, not up yet.
Well, you know what I'm seeing and I'm learning from it. Like,
Yeah, I want to hear.
To tell you about Brian, I keep going back to Brian, but he
Sure.
won.
Good example.
He won on Toho in the grass, using it in grass as a winning technique. And there's a lot of like hush hush. But when the guys are down at Okeechobee this year, they were using what's the name? Turning it sideways.
Perspective mode.
Using perspective in and amongst the pads in that 1 to 2 foot of water. And
set up right.
And what it would show is like the bait, like you would get in the pad field, and if you've ever fished Okeechobee, it's like miles of desert, nothing.
Yeah.
And then
Hey guys, mute.
Then you would see bluegills, you would see the crappie, and then you'd see the bass. You can't, like the guys were saying, you can't really target them like you do in the deep water, where you can identify the bright spot and go after it as well. But you can identify the areas that are holding biomass really well.
Very interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, I've heard similar conversations with people using scope, not to win on the Potomac, but on dock systems and biomass. And if there wasn't biomass on a dock, they'd come up, shine. If there wasn't anything there, never made a pitch. Move. 3 top 10s in a row. Fascinating stuff. So it's undeniable, dude.
Great deal. This is great. I'm giving away a lot of the good stuff, but one of the things that I
don't even scope, and I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, one of the things we learned is like you go and you scope and you see a rock and there's no fish on it, right? So you go over to the next rock and you go over to the next rock and you hold your cast. But especially when you're dealing with smallmouth, you better cast.
You better cast.
You better cast.
That's funny.
Because the forward-facing sonar can pick up a fish if he's got about a foot between him and the bottom in any way. But if he is on the bottom or tight to the habitat, won't pick him up. So you use a bait and you can pull those fish off the habitat and see them.
Amazing. Good stuff, man. Great.
I had a deal like this year.
Go ahead.
This year I didn't fish largemouth that much on Champlain. Obviously, everybody knows because you watch the elites and you can see what goes down now. So it's like fishing largemouth's not even really a thing. But anyway, I was up in Missisquoi. The grass didn't really grow that great this year. But on 360, I saw this one big boulder, like maybe, 3 feet tall, just a little bit bigger than the rest of the rock that I was fishing. So I just flipped. It was like 20 feet out. So you pan over with live scope. I flipped my jig to it. I saw my jig fall down on the backside of the rock. I hopped it to the top of the rock and I saw like just a little bit of a blob, right? Like kind of shift in the rock. And I instead of, usually you hop it like 2 or 3 times when you're flipping grass. Like this is real. It's probably 3 foot of grass over 8 foot of water. So it's not like it's topped out. So I just flip in there, hop it, and I'd normally reel up. Anyway, I saw that thing. So I left it and I let it fall back down and let it sit for like a second or two. Anyway, caught it. It was like almost a 5-pounder, like 4 and a 3/4. So that bite I would have never had without live, or I would have never caught without live scope. I would have just reeled it up. But anyway, I wasn't like strictly live scope fishing, but it aided me kind of in that grass, just seeing a shift, like some movement that I know how big the fish was or anything, but.
Yep. The habitat, it's used in habitat identification and being like, you don't even have to guess anymore. Like you see a rock, you can hit it. You see a piece of brush, a stick, a stump, you get your bait right on it. So, from that perspective, it's off the charts, being effective. But I got to ask you this, Brett, come on, what the heck? It can't just be live scope that's eliminating largemouth from Champlain being competitive on Champlain. It's got to be like the high water or there's got to be some other.
Interesting
The
question.
largemouth still does play a lot in the single day tournaments. So my theory on it is in the springtime, we catch like 20 whenever you go out in like April and May pre-spawn, you catch 22 to like 24 pounds. A 24-pound bag in the spring is pretty impressive, but 22 is almost like common. Like there's a lot of days you'll catch 5 to 10, 4.25 to 4.5 pound smallmouth, like pre-spawn up cranking. And even during the spawn, you might find some on beds, but usually after the spawn, it's pretty hard to catch over 20 pounds of smallmouth. It has been for the last, 30 years. And then I think the deal was, and we'd always be out fishing these deep rock piles in like 30 feet of water or whatever, like out in the middle of the lake, right? Everybody'd go outside, scan, find these rock, we'd fish them. Every once in a while, your co-angler bombs way off the back and catches like a 5-pound smallmouth behind you. And you'd be like, unreal. Like, he just threw into the abyss and caught a giant behind me. And this is like all up until like live scope fishing started, like basically 3-4 years ago up here. So I think those fish have always been out there. They've always been that size. They've probably gotten a little bigger because the alewife population's probably gotten better in the lake. Maybe they used to be heavy on smelt. I'm sure you remember like 10 to 20 years ago, it used to be smelt, and now it's kind of alewife. So maybe the alewife is acting more like trout are to like largemouth, where it's growing them a little bigger. But anyway, our pre-spawn fishing isn't getting much better as far as the size. It's not like we're catching a bunch of 5-pounders all the time now compared to 5 years ago. So I think we're just accessing a different size caliber of fish with live scope in particular. And there's still a lot of smaller ones out there in the middle roaming, but I think those big females that you can trigger in the spring when they're up getting ready to spawn, we're finally tapping into those in the summertime, is my theory on it.
Well, we used to see 20-pound bags of largemouth, like the Ticonderoga guys that go down there and get bags.
So they say it's the grass, right? It's not been as good. Milfoil, high water.
Milfoil is definitely not, especially in Ticonderoga. But I've always said that in 2018 something happened with the milfoil on the lake.
Yeah.
The whole lake, Ticonderoga, all the way up to Missisquoi. So Missisquoi barely grows. Like, Martindale Reef sticks out in Missisquoi. It's like one of the best areas on the lake. It used to be. Anyway, the last like 5 years, it's really not been any good. And there's hardly any milfoil like growing up on it. And that's the majority of everything. That's like what I was going on about a minute ago, how I was flipping grass that's usually topped out in 8 foot of water. And it was only 3 feet off the bottom.
Interesting.
And just that massive amount of milfoil that's usually in the lake just isn't there. And it's all the way up from Cary Bay to Missisquoi, St. Albans Bay, like all those main largemouth areas, Kings Bay on the New York side, they all used to be so luscious when I was growing up. And I think there's just not as much grass now. So the largemouth population's kind of going down. It's possible, but there's still big largemouth to be caught. It's just not, there's just not what you said before, biomass. Like there's not these biomasses of largemouth possibly anymore. And it could be a variety. I don't know really what it would be that's triggering the milfoil not to grow as good. And then it's possible that could be possibly affecting the largemouth, but
farm runoff.
Yeah. That's kind of like
where the water's higher, man, maybe.
Well, there's a lot of dairy farms all around there, but there always has been,
But maybe the high water brought some nutrients into the water. I don't know.
Pete, let's say it's end of July. You have an open on Lake Champlain, and it's day one of practice. What are you going to do first?
Good question, Travis. You're on point tonight, bro.
Travis, I'm being influenced by what I'm hearing from Brett, by what I saw on the elite tournament, where my typical strategy for Lake Champlain is to spend 90% of my time looking for largemouth and about 10% of my looking for smallmouth, because smallmouth are relatively easy to catch on Champlain. And, with a little bit of history, you can usually find them pretty easy. So the harder thing to do is find those get a shot at those big 5-pound largemouth that live there. So I would try to do that. And I would, that's what I would typically do. find a couple schools of smallmouth, because what happens is you get 2 or 3 big largemouth and you got 1 pounders to largemouth in your bag. You go to your schools of smallmouth, you catch 3 pounders, you got a nice big, mixed bag, and you go try to win the tournament that way. But what I'm hearing, Brett, what I'm seeing is that smallmouth are a dominant factor. So day one, I'm gonna try to prove everybody wrong and still go looking for large.
Are you gonna go run your history, right? You're gonna go that spot where you caught that one flip in the Black Cinco.
Oh, I feel like you tried to set him up, Travis.
I'm just saying, isn't that what we all do? That's
all right, okay. Me too, damn it.
The first day I'm running my old shit because it's been forever since I've been up there and I'm ready to go check it out.
Damn right. I'll be
not a bad plan just to get a feel for it. I thought you were trying to set me up. I wasn't gonna let that happen.
I can't wait to make those casts where those fish were. And see how the fish adjusted to the high water, see what grass is left. A lot of times the grass that's left is going to be a dominant factor. I just love largemouth.
Absolutely.
Fishing. One of the things that I'm excited about is forward using Mega Live in largemouth water.
Really?
Yeah.
Let's talk about that. What's got you jazzed, bro?
Well, either they're being ignored or they're really not there.
Okay.
And I'm arrogant enough to think maybe they're being ignored, and maybe I can find that pattern because they're just so big and healthy and numerous when you find them. The largemouth, that is, and so I don't know. I'm gonna go run some of that history, Travis. I'm gonna look at how high the water is. The last week, I haven't been there since the water's high, and I don't know what this year brings, but for a decade,
Champlain?
Yeah, like for a decade, it's been low water. Like everything's out of the water forever, and but back in the day, I remember Roland Martin going up there, flipping the pencil reeds, and winning with largemouth and Missisquoi on the reeds.
Danny Brower did it.
Danny Brower did it too. Doing that. Yep. There's just so much up there that really intrigues me, but I can't ignore it. You got 100 of the best anglers in the world going at it, and there's nobody weighing in large. Well, I guess Christie did it, right? He sniffed the cut or made the cut, flipping
on largemouth.
I think I saw in the comments. Randy needs to come out with a video how forward-facing sonar, how the signals are actually killing the grass in these lakes.
Oh, that's funny, man.
I think it's definitely like some sort of a farm fertilizer that they stopped using, and that's what made like milfoil not grow like it used to or something. Maybe, but
interesting. It's like opposite. It's like the environmental regulation has curbed.
It's milfoil.
No. Usually, Brent, it's the opposite. It's like manure and nutrients, and it absorbs the nutrients. But what articles did I read around here about SAV and farm runoff that it can be toxic to aquatic grasses? It's no bueno if it's too much. Causes blooms, cloudy. Anyway, I don't know.
There used to be,
but there's a lot of conversation about runoff. Farm runoff in particular hurting native aquatic grasses. So
there was like milfoil beds back in like Kings Bay out of the Chazy River. There was like massive like beds of milfoil up there that were all topped out in like July, and you could wreck them in there. And then even the main lake used to have like a ton of milfoil. Like you could be going around like Isle Lamont on the north end, or just any of the bigger bays on the main lake, and you could find like milfoil in there, just stretches of it, and it'd be crystal clear water, 10 foot deep, and you could flip it up and catch smallmouth and largemouth out of the same deal.
Oh, wow.
Main lake milfoil. But I haven't seen that since, like I said, about 2018 was probably when it really started to go downhill. And I think if LiveScope didn't come out, we would be seeing the lake cycles, right? I think we would be seeing a mega cycle downwards on Champlain if it wasn't for LiveScope. I think LiveScope because like now it's exposed, this deal of smallmouth out in the middle of the lake. Nobody's really doing well without doing that in these major tournaments. So it's like, if we didn't have that, like, would guys be grinding for 17, 18 pounds a day? Like how Champlain typically used to be, a 17, 18 pound bag was like respectable. And, 5 years ago even. And
stuff, man.
Good and thoughts. I think, like, if you think about it, like, if guys aren't catching those largemouth and guys aren't catching the smallmouth up shallow, big bags, like, and if we didn't have live scope, like, what would Champlain look like right now?
Yeah, that'd be interesting to see, because people are not messing with that stuff. There's another side to that. Like, I up in the dirt much anymore. But I tell you, the inland sea, I have a hate relationship with the inland sea. I freaking hate it.
Why? Why?
It'll burn you.
Yeah, it's like it burns. It burned me for years and years, because you would find them, man. They'd be on a grass point or shoal or whatever it may be, and man, they were the winning fish or competitive, and the wind would shift direction or not, or the sun would come out or not, and you'd be like,
they'd be gone.
What the heck happened? Where'd they go?
Where'd they go? What the frick?
I mean, put my hopes in the inland sea so many times, and just crushed by it that I still practice there, I still look, but man, if I catch them, I run away. I'm like, nah, we're not even.
Yeah,
I know what's gonna happen. They're gonna disappear. But now we know what's going on. Now we can see that those fish were up on the shoals, they were up on the grass edges pushing bait, and then they push the bait offshore. The bait's running for its life now out in the open, and the bass are out chasing it, and we can target them and catch them. So it's it's really interesting to see. But oh my gosh,
fascinating, man.
And I've seen recently with them that it at like 5, 6 o'clock at night, like as soon as the sun's starting to set, the smallmouth will actually push back up on those shoals and the rock piles, and you'll find them. So if I was going out practicing, this is like what really burned me when live scope kind of was like just about to start. I'd go after work and practice. Say I'd get out there at 5, 6 o'clock at night, practice till 9:30. I'd find piles of them in the sea, like on rock. Be like, oh, they're loaded here. And then you go back in the tournament hours and they'd be gone. And then at 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock at night, they'd all start coming back in. So I've noticed that over the last few years too, that you'll find them really good on certain stuff, like towards the sunset. And then they're gone. But it's those same fish that we're fishing for with live scope. They just kind of leave the live scope stuff and swim 100 yards or 500 yards away and set up on like big boulders they must sit on it overnight or just not hunt during the night. So they kind of just station on the rock piles and the shoals, and first thing in the morning you can get back on them. But usually once the sun starts to rise, and you know how it is in the summer there, the sun rises. We have tournaments July and August. The sun rises at 4:35 in the morning. So by the time blast off starts, they're already back off the rock usually and out suspending again. And that's my
very interesting
on the place. So
similar tip for just like finding where concentrations might be a fish on tidal systems, listening to a grass bed at the evening hour, like right there, or super early in the morning, to find it where the biodiversity is more concentrated.
Yep.
Yep.
That's it. Interesting. I'm going to be at the tournaments this year, though. We're having a Bass U participation in the Toyotas. Me and Riz and Justin, we're all. Are
you fishing the Toyotas?
Yeah, we're doing the Toyotas this year.
Justin, who is the intern, right? Who's now been hired, right? Riz, obviously, we know who Riz is, and then you are going into the Toyotas.
Yep.
Stoked.
I think Mike's going to be with us at the Potomac.
Whoa, dude, that's awesome.
Yeah, so it's going to be a cool year.
Yeah, I'll be doing all of them too.
I love
Toyotas. It's a great schedule. Like they do the same basically the same 3 places. They just rotate the dates every year.
That's
so.
awesome, man. I love it when that comes to the Potomac, man. That's my home river right there.
Doing the big leagues and the little ones and everything.
Yeah.
Shit. I gotta get
So
back.
Pete, I don't know how you doing on time, man. How much more time do we have you for?
He's good. I got a great question for Pete. Pete, if you could, any
good.
technique, what is your favorite way to catch them?
Oh, great question, Travis.
Oh, man. Oh, I know how to answer that question because
I love it.
I thought my answer was different than it actually is because weird, right? I thought I was a crankbait guy, and I am, and I love to crank. It's been awesome.
My own heart.
But here's the deal.
What's going on?
I went through my tournament results and all my successful tournaments over the years. Every single one is flipping. Every single one I have the flipping.
About that?
And I'm like, damn, I didn't realize that. Had I realized that a long time ago, I would have looked for that bite more often than I did, instead of chasing a different pattern. But yeah,
so Pete, I have your winnings, and let me make sure that I'm right here. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know that it's a total, but $375,170, 123 derbs. These are bass stats. 3 classic appearances, 43 times in the money, 2 wins, 2 second places, 1 third, 18 top 10s, 27 top 20s, 31 top 30s, and then there's a bunch of MLF stuff in addition. 27 years as a pro. How much of the 375 would you attribute to flipping?
Well, I got about the same amount over on FLW in winnings. And
375.
I think it's less, 300 and some, but it's
so you've won close to $675,000 or maybe 700 in your career
in those 2 trails. Yeah, and
it's a lot of loot, man.
It's considering I've been running the Bass University for 15 years.
You're not out there practicing like you don't have the available time, man. Look, Pete, anytime I call Pete, his voicemail's full, and maybe I hear back from him in a week. So I'm really happy we got you on the show tonight.
Well, I'm glad to be here. I fish about 3 tournaments a year now for the last, so I don't fish nearly as much as I used to. And but as far as your question goes, like I said, I bet you, bet you 70% of those checks I cashed, I had a flipping stick in my hand.
Is that your favorite way?
Well,
He's up to 311,000 with MLF. So he's
okay,
almost
so
375.
Good God Almighty!
He's approaching.
If you could only just have all that money at one pile right now, right?
Yeah, well, it is. It's right. It's on his shirt, dude.
Yep.
All went into the biz.
Yep. I think one of the cool stats Bass put it together. Ronnie Moore put it together. I think for every pound of bass I catch, I make $170 or something like that.
Right.
That's pretty great. So Travis, Pete said he was really good at deflecting, giving an answer, which you just saw. As an amazing politician, he will not answer the question, but he did think cranking was his favorite. But when he looks at his most productive, and maybe
when
that's
you're
the
out
answer.
just having fun, what is the bait?
There you go.
Have tied on. That's what I want to know.
I have it in my hand.
You just want to go have fun. What is that bait?
Oh, I know.
It's a flipping bait of some kind.
Fun.
It's probably it's a flipping bait.
All right.
Here's fun.
Let me tell you about my favorite part of flipping.
You'd rather flip than crank? I'm shocked.
Listen to me.
I'm hurt.
This is one of the new Bronco bugs. It's one of the Crush City baits. These are, but
Travis, they stole your name.
When you're flipping, whatever it is,
I like that
one of
thing.
the greatest moments in fishing occurs when you're
Yes.
flipping. That doesn't
Yes.
occur in any other way. And
Agreed.
what happens? You're pitching it out, right? And it falls and maybe hits the bottom. You shake it and you get thunk.
Yeah,
Right?
that's
You
true.
get that bite.
That's true.
There's the moment between when you get that bite and you set the hook. That's the greatest moment in fishing. It's
Wait a
like
minute.
it's just amazing. It's
Time out.
full. It's full of like anticipation, excitement. You don't
All
know
right.
if it's 12 inches. You
Oh,
don't know
I agree with
12
that.
pounds.
Well, what about a buzzbait bite? A 1 pounder can bite like a 5
A lot
pounder,
of
and it's
people don't know
exploding
this.
on top.
A
You
lot
know,
of people
I
don't know
can't pick a
this.
favorite.
I identify as a flipper.
Hey, we used to identify as a freaking crankbait. Stop
I
telling
used to,
crazy.
but my true
No,
passion
Travis,
is like
I'm
Pete.
not.
He
Shut up,
nailed
man.
it.
Travis, he's just
I'm a
gaming you
flipper.
right now. Pete, don't fall for this
I
crazy
am,
talk.
bro.
He's
No,
not
no.
a flipper.
Listen, everybody's like, oh, everybody thinks I'm like a smallmouth guy. I'm a frogger.
Yeah.
I identify as a
You're a
frogger.
frogger. You
When I'm
identify as a
having
frogger.
fun, what I do for fun is I go to Missisquoi Bay, I go in the back of Goose or Gander Bay, or I go out on Martindale Reef and I either
Well, don't
flip
say too
Martindale
much.
or I frog Martindale, or I go in the back of the things and throw in the pencil grass, frogging. If I
Brent,
get
I'm
5
coming up to
bites
fish
all
with
day,
you.
I'll be
We're
happy.
going. We're
Huh?
going. We're going. I'm coming up there. We're going. We're gonna go wind on.
And
some
that's what
time.
Pete missed this year was the water was so high that all that stuff up on the bank in Missisquoi, you could have been flipping and frogging.
Look at everybody.
Man,
Summer.
that's got me thinking.
What they
Pete's got
love.
a good point, but how about that topwater strike? How about that spook bite?
Yes,
The
yes,
anticipation of
yes.
that fish coming up.
Travis, yes. It's crazy. But you
That's-
know what you didn't say, Pete? You didn't say looking at my screen and flipping and seeing the fish go down and go poing.
I
You
like
didn't say
that.
fucking shit about that. Interesting. And Brett didn't say a goddamn thing about enjoyment with live scope. It was fucking frogging. And Travis
hate
is like,
live
but
scope.
what about the spook? He ain't looking at his screen. He's looking at his top water. None of you guys talked about live scope. But anyway, that's what it is, man. So fun and enjoyment versus trying to win a tournament. I think this is a moment that's not to be ignored. Every single one of you are badass fishermen on the screen. Pete, you've proven it. Travis, you know it. Brent, you know it too. And when we talked about fun, what we talked about was nothing to do with looking at a screen and waiting for a fish to connect. And that's got its fun moments too. I can't deny that. But the thrill of not knowing, and you know, I've read this before. My mom gave me a quote, and she framed it for me, Pete, because she knew how much I love fishing, you know, and I always remember for it. She says, the charm of fishing is that it is the pursuit of what is elusive, but attainable in a perpetual series of occasions for hope.
I like that.
And a lot of people say, if you ain't scoping, you're hoping. Well, hoping is about hoping you get a bite, that mystery, that anticipation, that flip into a brush pile, that flip into a laydown, that flip to a pole, that flip to a grass clump, a little house of 3 milfoil stands doing that right in the middle, dinking it, man. Anyway, that's just my 2 cents. I just think it's fascinating that you guys talked about enjoyment versus tournament competitiveness. And Travis, I know how you feel. Travis really likes scope because it makes him a more productive fisherman. I can't deny any of that stuff, but there's something cool about
I mean,
not
at the end
knowing.
of the day, Eric, and I've said this, I like to go fishing to set the hook.
Oh, totally,
I'm on the
dude. I
water
get it,
enough.
man.
I see the pretty birds and the landscape.
Yeah.
I know what a
Yeah,
fucking canvasback duck is, okay?
Well,
I know the
stimulating.
environment.
That's
I love
not
it,
real. That's
but
not
I'm
real.
out there to set the hook.
That's not real. You set the hook, Captain Hook. You got the beard for it now. Grow that thing like we talked about to a point. I want it to be a spear point, man. You could spear fish with that thing.
That's right.
Anyway, Pete, I got a question for you before you go. I want you to identify this lure. It's recently entered your life. Okay? Are you ready?
Talk to me.
And tell the truth. Don't make up no story for me. What is that? What is that bait?
Oh man, what is the name of that bait? I don't know.
That's the River Rat. It's a collab bait between me and 9K Elite. River Rat Golden Shiner. Dude, you fished it with Justin. Talk to me. Seriously, tell me the truth of what happened that day.
Well, that bait has a lot of history. Like Justin, we were having a hard time getting bit.
Yep.
And Justin rolls out that spinner bait and
right.
And started getting bit when, you know, and it was real tricky. It's a little finesse spinner bait. It's got that talked about that different thump, but it was getting it was getting bit. And that bait went on to catch the lunker in our tournament down the flats. It caught our
No
big
way.
fish.
No
It did.
way.
It did.
That's awesome.
And it went on. Prior to that, Riz won the Bass U Beatdown live on the Chesapeake, which we try to do it. We have a lot of fun whenever we're filming and we're on a shoot. We go live lunchtime, and Riz and Justin have battled the last 2 times, and Riz stole Justin's fish and won the challenge. And then the next weekend, Justin, we caught the big fish in our day, and then the big fish in the net just destroyed the bait.
Ah,
yeah, you know how they thrash around and
yeah.
You know, so we're in Pete's spinnerbait kit trying to put mangle blades and
right.
swivels and try to put that sucker back together, but we got close to it.
It's a special little bait, man. Special little bait.
Turtle shell blade, but it's killer.
That's tough, man. It is, man. Thank you.
What's your favorite body of water to fish?
Great question.
It's, I've been having a lot of fun at Thousand Islands. We've been vacationing there and my son's birthdays in August, and we're having a blast doing that, and I love it there. But it's always been Champlain. I mean, it's just, I love it there. Because the largemouth and smallmouth are so close. You can go switch back and forth from one to the other. And
how about southern fisheries?
Gunnersville's up there at the top of my list. But to be honest, if I'm going south, one of my favorite places still is Lake Okeechobee. Like,
wow.
The largemouth there are, they don't act like Florida strain to me most times, except in a cold front, then they do. But they just wolf pack and they gang up in those shallow flats, and you can really get after them down there. And you can punch. There's topwater opportunities. It's awesome, and there's a lot of fish there. I really like it there. Gunnersville's got a special place for me. I've done decent there. I love how that place fishes. I don't know. There's just a bunch of good ones. Tell you what, you guys got to come down to Lake Athens with us this year.
Where's that?
Where it's in Texas,
Georgia. Oh, Texas.
Yep. We're having our Bass University in Athens, at the Freshwater Fishery Center there, and Lake Athens is right next door, and we're having a Bass U meetup. We're all hanging out. I don't know which speakers are going to hang and fish with us, but all the students are invited to fish. Last year,
oh wow, yeah, that's cool.
It's going to be. I'll tell you right now what week it is. It's in January. We're going to be in Texas on the 20th and 21st. So it's the 22nd and 23rd of January. It's prime time to catch a double-digit bass in Texas. Of course, last year we did it, and dude, we got clobbered with the ice storm of the century.
Right?
What?
Oh, it was all the students. We were in class, dude, and it was like 65 to 75 degrees.
Oof.
Beautiful fishing weather, awesome. And then on Sunday night at the end of the class, the cold front came in and dropped ice all over us. Sunday night. All the guys coming in with their boats we only had like 4 or 5 boats that made it. And then the ramps were freezing up. We had to get everybody off we fished for about 4 or 5 hours, and then the ice really intensified. Lee Livesey was in the area filming. He couldn't get home. He came and stayed with us, and we were in our rental house right on Lake Athens. We were all ready to fish, and we couldn't fish because there was too much ice. The ice brought down the power lines. Transformers caught on fire.
Oh my God.
Firewood from neighbors' houses to stay alive.
I remember that.
Yep. It was all I don't know if we're gonna have as good a time this year, but we're gonna try. But
I remember that. I was flying actually to Texas to work on Monday morning. So it would have been and I was in Chicago and I got stranded there. And they're like, yeah, everything to Texas is canceled. Like there was a huge ice storm
Holy
last
moly.
night. Anyway, I flew back home and then I went down the week after and it was like nothing ever happened. Like I flew in 7 days later and everything, it was like 70 degrees. And I was like looking around. I'm like, it doesn't even look like, because when we get hit by an ice storm, it stays for a lot longer than a week. And I just remember I flew down there and I would have been like, if I didn't see on the news or anything, I would have never believed that it was really bad down there.
They say that's the time to catch the big ones, right? That's the ice storms and that really nasty weather is when those share lunkers come in.
That's crazy.
That was when Milliken crushed him on OHI. He was like that same week.
Yep, it was. Yep.
Yep.
That was like when that came out, I think.
Yep. They were there after the major storm that Pete's talking about where shit was on fire. But it was nasty.
We're gonna get after it. So we're just going fishing on Lake Athens on the 22nd and 23rd. So come on down.
Of
January.
February? January.
January.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
Man, that's awesome, man. I gotta look at my schedule, dude. You get me excited. I've never bass fished in the state. Well, I have, but I've never been to like any of the bigger lakes down there.
Lake Athens, it's full of fish. It does get share lunkers. It's not like OHIV. OHIV, you know, a lot of fish. You get a few bites, you know.
Yeah.
But there's giants there. You know, but Athens is full of fish and it's got big ones. It's Texas, for crying out loud.
Did you ever fish against a guy named Sean Hernke?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I fished with him down in Texas. Went to a power plant lake, had a great time. And then I wanted him to teach me how to bed fish. We did it on Lake Conroe.
There you go.
Yeah, and he called the camera boat when Jay Lee broke down and said, get the camera boat here because Jay Lee just broke down on the winning spot. He called it. And the camera boats went to him and he won the classic.
That's amazing. How about Jay Lee going back to the elites? I mean, that was
big time, huh?
That's huge
this year. You know, all those hot guys from the EQs, man. They're all forward facing studs and can catch them on a variety of conditions. It's going to be a tough field this year.
What do you think about the change in the schedule? They're not going to Florida to open the season for the first time. Why? They're going to Texas.
I've been trying to get that pushed through for about 20 years. You know
why? Why you were?
No, Florida has always been a nemesis for me and a lot of other guys.
I gotcha. Okay.
You know, I'm cool with it. The except for Okeechobee always fishes differently, but you know, for whatever reason, it's hard. You know, some of those Florida lakes are different. You know, and so I've had a hard time adjusting to it, but I love going there in the spring. I kind of like the tournament trail not going there this spring. That's cool.
Yeah,
you know?
He said you fished. David Brown said you fished against Sean Hernke in 2009 FLW in Pittsburgh in the FLW.
Yes, yeah, the FLW championship where I caught. I was in the top 10 after day one. That was $1 million tournament back when.
Oh my God!
$1 million. I was in the top 10 on day one. Guess my weight.
9 pounds 3 ounces.
3 pounds 5 ounces.
You're much closer. It was just under 5 pounds. I had 413 or 415 or something like that.
Is that the one Hackney won?
That's Hackney's win. Yep,
yeah,
sure.
Well, why would they do that? Why do they put big tournaments in such shitty places?
You know, they just it was a test of the best, you know.
It's pretty cool, actually. That's kind of
I mean,
you know how like
pattern.
You'd have been happy fishing with no live scope in Pittsburgh. You wouldn't have gone,
bro.
You just said, "I'm not going for $1 million."
I would have done great. Listen to me.
You just snapped your rod and said, "I quit."
I have a problem with tidal water in August.
I'm fishing without live.
I like fishing the tournament in tidal water in August. You know, when you go on Chesapeake in May and catch 25 pounds, and then in September you go there and you're trying to catch, you know, a limit. That's different. When you go these bodies of water where
you hate it.
Yes, but when you go to a body of water, it's like 4, 5, 6 pounds.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I think.
Are you trying to sell me that you would like that? You would like that?
I think it would be pretty fun.
I loved it. I loved it.
All right. Cool.
We were I was using like fluke style baits.
Is it
And
like
I-
man-made structure? Is that what you focused on probably to try to get those bites?
You know, a little bit. The bridge pilings were part of it, but I had a channel turn like 3 locks up that had some overhanging trees on it, and I was just some better than average smallmouth there, and you could actually get a shot at the limit. As a matter of fact, my co-angler caught a nice bag on the second day of the tournament behind me, and
no, what was he doing?
He was cranking. He was cranking a crappie crankbait, and
Which man after my own heart.
which I had. I couldn't get it. I couldn't get it going, but I was around the fish to make it into the cut, even have a shot to win that $1 million. But it was not my tournament. Day 2 didn't go my way.
Pete, that tournament, is that something that you knew from history, or did you find that in practice for that tournament? Like that spot where you said 3 locks up, you had a little place. Like, is that something you knew years prior?
No, I had never been there before. To be honest, how I found it, I went as far as I could get my boat.
Oh wow!
I went up until the rocks started, and I just started fishing my way out, and it was the first deep water swing that and it just had them there. But it's Pittsburgh, you know what I mean? They don't replenish. And
what was your Co's limit? Like, what did you find? Did he get 5 or 4? Like, there was 8 pounds of fish there if you caught all the best ones out of the 10?
I think I can't remember because I blocked it from my psyche.
Yeah, $1 million down the drain.
Yeah.
Oh,
isn't that
my
crazy
God.
how they did that back in the day? You were fishing for $1 million and you had a co-angler. Like, I think back to how the FLW tour like had co-anglers fishing. Those guys are making a living fishing, or even the story you were talking about before, where the boater draw tournament deal in the highest level of the sport. And I hear about it in BFLs right now, right? Like, they'll get boater and people wig out over like the boater draw. And you guys are like fishing for your livelihood back then, and you're worrying about boater draws. That's just like,
wow.
I don't know. It just seems crazy for a guy like me that
the whole sport seems crazy. The whole sport as a pro sport seems crazy, Brett.
BFL. Because they didn't link.
Really? But I just think back to that. I think the way it is now is the best way it could be is having the Marshall programs and stuff. And like, I don't know. That's just, as a guy that's like, I mean, I used to fish as a co-angler a little bit, like, up until I'm 30 years old now. Until I was 22, I fished as a co-angler. So for the last 8 years, and I was fishing as a boater, I'm just like, man, I don't know. I don't even like them really in Toyota Series competition. I like how the Opens now you can draw no co, but it's at the top level.
No, like that's not fair. You can't fish an Opens level to qualify for elites and allow someone to fish with a co and someone doesn't get a co.
I agree, Travis. That's
not even that level.
Bogus.
Yeah.
It's interesting, but
I agree, Travis. 100%. That's ridiculous.
It goes around like, I had days in the Opens last year where I didn't have co's, and you hope that it balances itself out, But I got to tell you this. I mean, I won Champlain, and I'm telling you that because it's an opportunity to brag. But you won in 2006. I would have been 13 years old. I was probably at the tournament that you won.
So what he's saying is, if he was old enough, he would have beat you, Pete.
No,
my co-angler helped me in that tournament.
Whoa, how? Talk to me.
Well, we were, he pulled an epic Eric on me. We were fishing for largemouth, and I was going down this grass edge, and I had been catching them pretty aggressively on a 1/2 ounce jig.
Yep.
And we started to see a cold front was coming through that week in September, and So first day, the bites were really aggressive, and then the next day it was like it backed up, like the front settled in on us, and I couldn't get bit. And he brought out a finesse jig with a double tail, like a Yamamoto trailer.
Yeah.
And the little 3/16 ounce jig, throwing it in the
around
spots and catching. And I'm like, you got any more of those?
All right.
And he was gracious enough to hook up, and I caught like a 17 or 18 pound bag that day with that jig he put together and gave to me.
Isn't that amazing?
Now I found the fish, but he on the day he made the adjustment that I didn't make. And
isn't that interesting, man? You always got to be asking yourself depth and speed and cadence. I just feel like
that's my whole point about the opens and some guys having a co and not. I'll admit too, I've had more than one tournament where a co has dialed me in.
Yep,
it happens.
I actually had a co.
Did you say co or co-host?
Co.
I had a co on the Potomac this year that was throwing a white chatterbait with the silver blade on it behind me, and I was throwing I can't remember the other Z-Man jackhammer color, but it has a black blade. It's like a green pumpkin top with a white bottom, and it has a green pumpkin.
The Brit Height.
Yeah, Delight. Beehide Delight.
It's not that one. It's the one that doesn't. Beehide Delight has chartreuse in it.
No.
It's got a green pumpkin blade.
Hold, please.
It's got a dark green back and a silverish white bottom. Anyway, he was throwing straight white. He outfished me like 10-2.
Oh.
And anyway, it was like a pretty bad deal. But the next time I went back there, I threw all white. And anyway, made the BFL All-American for next year. So this tournament just happened like 2 months ago. So next year I made the All-American, possibly because of my co-angler just throwing straight white. Because when I went back for 2 weeks later for that BFL regional, I threw straight white. And so anyway, that was like the one time that I can think of right now, like off the top of my head, where a co dialed me into the color, and he was smoking me. What color you got, Eric? You got it in your hand?
No, I don't have it.
Chatterbait you think I'm talking about?
No, I just held up a crankbait.
But anyway, mine just had a little bit more dark in it, and I just wasn't getting bit. It was crazy, and he was throwing.
It's crazy.
I had a co-angler on day one. I fished an area on a drop shot, and day two co-angler, I went with a drop shot again. He was throwing a tube, and this is largemouth fishing, believe it or not, and he lit him up, and I put a tube on and caught him, and that's
was that on the Potomac?
Yep.
Yeah, I know what you did last summer.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, interesting, man.
Fascinating
stuff.
Champlain was 2 years ago, I guess, on the Toyota up there, maybe 3 years ago, and I had a decent bag on day one, and I pulled up on my best starting spot amongst the grass. It had some wood and grass mix, and my partner had 3 for over 15 pounds in the first
shit.
And on a chatterbait that I could not duplicate the color. I couldn't duplicate anything. And
what were you throwing, and what was he throwing?
I can't even remember. It was a custom. That's why I don't know what it was. It was a custom, and he only had one. And honestly, he felt so bad for me. He loaned it to me.
What?
This is the worst, because I'm like desperate, man, because I'm in a position to potentially win this tournament.
Holy shit!
Like that. And
did you catch him?
I caught my first or second cast. I caught a giant northern pike that ate his chatterbait right off the end of my line.
Oh,
jeez.
No way. That's brutal. These are great stories.
He gave me the bait, and I threw the bait away. And I'm so appreciative of that for trying to help. But we were around. So anyway, like I've had experiences where the co's have, when I smallmouth fish before Mega Live, like the co's always crushed me, like because I can't I can't be that specific on where I'm casting. And smallmouth roam, and they don't, they can't. They're not as predictable as largemouth is where they'll set up. And every time, man, my coes would have like 22 pounds, and I'd have, but I don't know. It's a great relationship if you use it well and you work together. And
interesting.
I enjoy fishing with the coes, and I don't know. Wow.
You should tell
That's
the story. I think it
thought.
was you that told the story that you fished with Justin Lucas and he had a mega bass vision on Champlain.
Oh.
And he like whooped you, I think.
Oh.
I think it was it wasn't
That was
you.
awesome. Now we had a great day.
That was you. I remember hearing this story like years ago, and I couldn't remember if it was you or not. But
it was the last year Justin Lucas fished as a co, and it was the FLW tour event, and I was on the mother load. I mean,
oh my God!
I had found them, man. There were so many fish there. They were come up schooling on the perch and stuff, and they just were all around. And it's odd, but I had it all to myself, which is so rare. And but he came out throwing that mega bass, and he put 20 pounds of bass in the boat in 20 minutes.
Good God!
And which back then it was hard to do. I mean,
does that blow you away though? But so why?
There was back then.
Why?
A pro angler catching over 16 was really big, and a pro catching, there'd be 1 or 2 20-pound bags in a major tournament a day.
But so let me ask you a question. Why was the vision so crazy good at that moment? Why?
Well,
better
why are
action? Was it just better action? Was it getting to they've never seen it? Was it just a better jerkbait? Far?
It's crazy to me.
In that particular instance, here's what I came down to. It's more of a finesse jerkbait.
Okay.
That bait is, and I think at the time I was rolling with the bigger, more powerful, like Lucky Craft, 110.
Mm-hmm.
It was fatter, it was bigger. I didn't know what bait they were going to hit.
Sure.
I came out with top waters and spinner baits and swim baits. I had all kinds of tools. And I never really know what the smallies are going to go for, but his first 3 casts were 3 big ones, and then I switched over, and those big ones it happened quick. It was the first hour, and then they kept getting smaller and smaller and smaller, right? So the damage was done. I made a nice. I think he had 20 pounds. I had 16, but then I went flipping, and Justin was awesome. He's like, he didn't even fish after that. And I wound up getting a 20-pound bag that day too, and we just had a blast. We've been friends forever since then, and we had 20 pounds on each side of the live well that day, which was amazing.
That's amazing.
His were all smallmouth. I had to get a couple big largemouth to get my weight up, but I managed to do it later in the day. So it was a fun day. And Justin,
hold on, man. Justin's calling on my flip phone. Justin, let me call you back, man. Pete's telling a story about you. I got you. Later.
She's talking to Justin Lucas on the phone.
On a flip phone.
Listen, Pete, I think I was doing some research, and I think you could be. I was looking at anglers that have won major tournaments like Bass Opens, Toyotas, Elite Series, like the major tournaments. I can't really think of another angler except for you that has 3 in New York State.
Wow.
I don't know if there's another angler that's better in what
are you, a Ken Duke now?
Yeah, I think he's
I'm serious.
He's shining Ken Duke.
Cayuga, Champlain, and the Hudson River. And I'm thinking of guys. I'm like, the Johnstons got, I think Chris has an Elite and a Toyota. I don't know if he's won it just in New York State, though. I'm talking
Interesting.
about like tournaments in New York. Like Pete might be the biggest threat. Like Schmidt's got, I don't know.
Schmidt he's
got a Champlain win.
He has
Champlain.
He has some BFL wins.
Yeah, but I'm talking about like multi-day, like 3 day,
Oh, okay.
3 day or more tournaments.
Yeah,
there might be somebody I can't think of back in the day, but I was like, man, I don't know.
Did you Cayuga?
Who?
Pete?
Yeah, Cayuga, Hudson River,
Okay.
and Champlain.
Do you know here's an interesting fact of the four wins, like only one of them was on a single species of fish.
Wow. Maybe that's what says it.
The mixed bag, yeah. You're
It's
on
right.
the mixed bag deal.
You're the mixed bag threat.
The
Was
only
it Cayuga?
Cayuga I caught all largemouth.
Yeah.
But both the Hudson River and Champlain were mixed bag, smallmouth, largemouth, and Lake Martin. My first one was spotted bass and largemouth.
Dang.
Yeah.
So listen, guys, he's Pete Bluesick, bitches.
Yeah.
There we go. All right, Pete.
Dang.
I know it's definitely past your bedtime. You're not used to this. I get it.
This was an awesome show, man. I have thoroughly
We had a
enjoyed
pretty
it,
good
man.
crowd tonight.
You gotta ask them.
Really good
What
crowd.
are we asking?
You gotta ask them. Did we land on the moon or not?
Oh yes, yes, Pete. Did we land on the moon or not?
Well, here's the reality of it is we absolutely landed on the moon, but the Earth is flat. There you go. Man,
Oh,
it's been a blast, guys. I appreciate you. Do you guys remember this?
oh, you the
Yeah.
fish whistle.
Fish whistle.
Yeah,
Brian Kershaw.
that's
Wow.
the Brian fish whistle.
Oh, man.
We just I just
Oh,
dug
wow,
that.
signed it. Wow.
Missed that guy, man.
Yeah,
Where would
wow. How about that?
he have walked by
Yeah.
now? You know,
Yeah, very true. Life cut short right there.
I know it's past my bedtime. Do you remember this bait? E.
Come on,
Oh,
Aaron.
man. Are you kidding
Todd
me?
Cordell? I don't know.
No, it's a Norman, bro. Hold on. Let me grab mine. I got a bunch of right here.
Probably
That's an
got
old
one on his desk.
That's an old butyrate, buddy. Old soft butyrate,
I
man.
love that butyrate.
Yeah.
He
I
drinks
love that
shit.
butyrate. It's like wood, baby. It's like wood. It's the good plastic. If you're gonna fish
And look-
plastic, throw butyrate.
Look at this.
Oh my gosh. Pete Kluzik, title bass tactics. I want to watch that.
Brett,
I'm tuning in, dude.
What DVD is?
Do I what? Do I know what it is?
Yeah. Do you know what one is?
Yeah, barely. I do
Good
remember,
old one
and
knockout.
I know what cassettes are, like or VCR tapes. Like
Yeah.
you have to
Yes.
put them in and hit rewind, and you'd hear it like wind back for 2 minutes.
Something we used to have our own rewinder. Like it's a separate device you
Yeah.
plugged in to rewind your tapes.
Yep.
No,
My
I remember
first,
DVDs
my
coming
first VHS fishing tape was Babe Winkleman's
Babe Winkleman.
shallow largemouth strategies.
Strategies.
Love
That's
it.
awesome.
I used to watch the man, I must have been close to I bet it was like 18 years ago. I watched Dave Mercer's Facts of Fishing, like DVDs he had.
Oh yeah.
And we would watch them, and this was definitely in the early or late 2000s, probably 2005 to 2008.
Yeah.
And I just remember watching those. Dave must have been like 25 years old and had his own fishing show already.
Really?
I don't know, because I don't know. I have to figure. You'd have to ask him probably how old he was. But I remember just seeing those videos,
old
and now looking at him
DVDs,
now,
man.
and I'm like, he's not even that much older. It's not like Hank Parker or anything. That's-
No.
like growing up,
No.
I watched Dave Mercer's Facts of Fishing
Crazy.
Well,
DVD, just like what Pete was holding up.
Pete, remember
gotta-
that time we were throwing buzz baits on the flat, and you showed me something, and then I went and rebuilt it for you.
Yes.
I had that JDM one that was squealing like a pig, and I missed two giants on it. You go, oh, I know what to do, and then frickin', you pull out that one. This blew me away. I got to tell this story. So Pete pulls out. I've never seen anybody do this in a clear water fishery, a buzz bait with a fire tiger skirt, crystal clear water. He goes, watch him crack this, and you cracked him, and you go, I've only got a couple left. And I looked at the components and I figured it out and I made them.
Why don't I have them?
Tell me how many you want. I'll make them special for you.
Advisory.
I can make it for you. I've recreated that buzzbait, bro.
I want that buzzbait. It's like
Hand tied skirt too.
Dude, it was guys. It was the cheapest buzz bait you ever saw in your life. It was at Walmart. It was one of the $1.98 deals, but
it sure was.
Had the unusual characteristic of a lighter head, like a lighter bait with a big blade,
big floaty blade, and a big floppy blade. It wasn't the hole through flopper style.
It was. It made tweaked. It runs sideways. You know that annoys. Like when one side, this one to the side, like it always does that, but oh my God, those fish just gobbled that thing to pieces. Eric's been
crushed it.
5 years.
I had it. I tied it in white. I tied white, black, and fire tiger, and they ate them all.
Oh my God.
Dude, it's money. I got a bunch in the garage, but I'll tie you up some if you want some for the spring, man. You let me know. Put your order.
I'm ordering them now.
It's on the house. It's on the house. They won't be on the Bass Lab. It's complete.
Pete, are you still doing some guiding on the Chesapeake or not as much?
This year not as much, Travis, but I'd like to do more next year, to be honest. This year with we had a lot of things going on at work and Bass U. We had to I was knee deep. I was up, getting involved in keeping Bass University where it needed to be. So this year was a very busy year in the office. I am looking forward to getting on the water a little bit more next year,
Got it.
But glad to be where we are right now. I'll be honest. It's been a crazy couple of years in the fishing industry, and I'm thrilled to see, Bass University. People love it. People continue to, support the program, and we're doing really well. We're growing nicely right now. The hat looks amazing,
awesome.
By the way. And
I won it for answering questions on the stream.
There you go. That's awesome. Yep. We got
great giveaways.
Dan Allen on our stream is impossible to beat, by the way.
He is.
Oh, he is like the king winner of all time. I mean, he's won more than I've won winnings on basketball. I mean, he's got millions of dollars of Bass University lures in his closet. But
that's funny, man. I was on a streak there for a little bit, man, but then I just got busy with work, and Travis makes me stream every Monday. So
that's awesome. Hey, guys, I had a blast, man. It's been great.
This was awesome.
And I appreciate everybody watching, and go come to the classes, man. We have so much fun. You're hanging out all day with guys just like you that love fishing just like we love it, and you're learning from it. And then we're going to go to Lake Travis, and we're going to try to catch some double-digit bass. And
that's
if you can't make
where can people find the schedule then? What's the easiest way? Is it Bass?
TheBassUniversity.com is the way to go. You can get tickets to your class, and if you can't make it to class, from that website too, you can also subscribe to BassU.tv. All the classes will be streamed, throughout the season. We release them depending on what's happening. Spawn seminars we release during the spawn. Summer seminars we release at summertime. So it's all available on Bass U TV. By the way, we have about 1,200 seminars at Bass University right now that are available at your touch. So whatever your situation is, whatever you want to learn, from forward-facing sonar to drop shot to, crankbait selection, it's, we've got the greats there teaching the lessons. So go check it out.
Very good. Thanks again, man, for coming on. This has really been an awesome experience, man. Just talking fishing with you. I feel like you're always hosting. You're asking the questions. You asked a lot of questions of us, but we got to ask you questions, and it presented you in a light that I haven't, had the chance to hear. And so I learned a lot about you tonight. It was awesome. Enjoyed it very, very much.
I appreciate you guys very much. I'm sorry I don't know anything about ducks, but I did what I could. I'll study up next time, Travis.
There you go.
Good stuff.
Sounds good. All right. Thank you, Pete.
I'm Pete Gluzak, bitches.
There you go.
Oh man, that was awesome.
Oh man.
That was fun. I enjoyed that. You guys had some great questions for him, man.
Yeah.
Thank you for the engagement. That was
We didn't even get
tremendous,
to
man.
talk about the Hudson River win.
Oh my gosh! I mean, right? I mean, especially for you up there, right? New York. I mean, he's
I've
won
only-
more New York.
I've only fished one time on the Hudson, but anyway, Gino would have loved to hear about that one probably.
Yeah, it's another New York fishery, man. That's where
There
he's
was
done a
good
lot of his
comments.
damage.
Some really
the
funny comments
was
tonight.
fantastic.
I cracked up on a couple of them.
Well,
took
it
a
got you pretty
screenshot.
good. What was the
took a
screenshot
screenshot.
that you took, Travis?
It was Anthony. He goes, Travis, does fishing a lizard trigger you? Question mark. Putting a hook through one of your own kind.
How does he think of that stuff? Anthony's a savage, and he is a very funny savage.
Duncan
at that.
reset time now.
Oh my gosh!
Listen,
Lizard
I
fish.
walked into Travis's house, right? Below
Yeah.
his garage.
Right?
There's not even a bass boat in there anymore. He has a
I
duck
know.
boat in
I
the
know,
garage
right?
now. He quit bass fishing. He's a duck guy. I come up
he's
here,
all made up with it.
There's 17 fake ducks in the room up here.
Yeah.
He's got it bad, Brett.
Hey, I will tell you what, the area, his tackle area is really cleaned up. I think the last time I was here was in probably like August.
Well, I'm working on my walleye stuff.
And
now.
it's dialed in, but now, yeah, it's becoming more of a mess because he's got like $9 billion worth of walleye and salmon.
He's
and I don't
gone
even know what else
crazy.
shit
He's
got
gone
down.
crazy, but I love it, man. He's all about it. Good for him, man. He's where he should be in this world, right in New York, man.
We're getting
Sportsman's
closer.
paradise. Dude, I'm happy for you, man. You seem you're way more content as a human, or
Oh, then
whatever.
living in some little fucking townhouse in Philadelphia?
yeah,
Yeah.
for sure. Conshohocken.
Yeah.
Right. I hear you, bro. I hear you. That's awesome, man. That was a great show, man. Thank you for letting me select Pete and make the call to him and book him. So we now have to decide who would people like to see for next week's show. If we're going to continue with the tradition.
I think one.
No. Nope.
You just took
Nope.
a break last week, didn't you?
Yeah.
Dude, you've been on vacation for 4 weeks. What are you
I
talking
like
about?
that every other week, man.
He's been on
Nah,
vacation
man.
for like 9 years straight.
I know. Are you going to go make me find a stream every other week to stream on? This is what I look forward
stay
to.
here.
bro.
All right.
All right.
Remember when you used to do that?
I just had fun talking baits, dude. I got to get my bait talk on. This was helpful. I got my bait talk on a little bit tonight. It was awesome. Got to talk color, depth, speed, cadence, all that shit. That was awesome. Good stories too.
Yeah.
Lizard Crush, Silky Johnston,
Do you think
Matt
that
Robertson.
Champlain went through a reset in 2018?
No.
You don't think so?
Yeah,
no.
so who would you guys like to see next week? We got Silky Johnson, Lizard Crush. We talked about getting on Gussie, defending classic
Oh, yeah, I
champion.
did all those people on. It's fine. We do need
Well, are
to
you
pick
good
a
at- are-
winner.
are-
Andy, I got to put you in. Hold on. We're still doing that. We'll let that super chat go if anyone wants to jump in. I got you, 777.
That's Anthony.
Ant
Oh,
New
yeah.
York.
He knows what's up.
777.
He knows what's up with that river rat spinnerbait. What up?
Someone said that what their first DVD was. That was pretty funny.
Was it? Oh God. Yeah, I can only imagine. I gotta just guess it ain't fishing. Keith Poche.
Let's get another regional guy. Let's get Gary Atkins on.
I don't think that's gonna work with Travis.
No, I don't have any problems with Gary. I don't know why there's like
No, I thought you did. You guys broke up as a team. Let's just be real. Have you like
No.
mended the fence?
You should have JP back.
I got no issues with Gary at all.
No, JP will be like a 15-minute guest. We want a guest that's going to stay with us and not just walk away from the screen. Right.
You know. Yeah.
All right, let's see. Get Jay Lee. You think, Travis? You could never get Jay Lee on this show.
Yeah, you could.
Jordan Lee.
You could get Jordan Lee.
I
'cause
met
he-
those boys I met them for the first time on Champlain. We're
You
both
can't get you can't get Jordan Lee. You can get him.
huh?
Get him. Let's talk about because I met him. I fished with his brohas.
Mm-hmm.
And I fished
He's
against him with
friends.
Ryan Salzman in that tournament down on Gunnersville.
Yeah, I know everybody.
Manson's
Won
friends
that
with
derby.
Matt Painrack, and Matt's really tight with Jordan Lee. So
Well, let's go. Let's get him on, bro. Hey, would you guys like to hear from Jordan Lee?
No, we need some other people.
Okay, so I would
you
like
could
to
get
I mean,
Randall Tharp on.
Slump Gumpy. I just saw Randall Tharp and Matt Herring video on YouTube about them fighting. I watched that
Okay.
the other day for some reason. I've seen it before. Remember
Patrick Walters. Yeah. Oh, for sure. Somebody said Patrick Walters,
that? Yeah.
Seth and Matt. We just had Seth on. Get someone new on Cuda. They're all new to us.
Funny on here.
When you say someone new, Cuda, what do you mean? Zal Dangerous? We've had him on briefly, but you did the regional interviews. Like, who do you think, based on your regional interviews, Travis, would be a good guest to have on the show?
You're gonna want to get Brian Schmidt on here, talk privately with him.
No, Schmitty's a Maryland guy. Schmitty should come on. He's a Maryland dude. He's like one of the OG river rats.
He's not doing anything either. He's got like a hurt arm, so he's probably just hanging out.
Why don't you get Schmitty on, bro?
I don't know.
Do you not have his number? I'm reaching out to Schmidt right now.
No, just wait.
I don't know how Schmidt's gonna put.
Dude, we
5
wouldn't have had any guests if I didn't reach out to people. What are you talking about? I would love Lee Livesey. John Cox would be awesome. Cuda says Schmidt does not like Travis. LOL. We tried to get Babe Winkleman on, but he won't do it.
Babe Winkleman?
What?
Somebody said Babe Winkleman. Castledine likes a marathon show going deep in the woods.
Here, I got a cool clip I just found for some weird reason.
What do you show it?
I don't know if I can do it.
You know how to, bro. You've shared clips.
I can't convert it.
Good God, Hackney would be like mega. That would be
I don't even think Hackney does podcasts.
I'm sure he doesn't. He ain't doing that. You're right. I don't think I've ever seen him on one.
I don't. Yeah, I mean,
I'm gonna show you an old
Oh
school
my
video,
God.
bro.
oh my God, this is old.
All
I'm gonna
right.
show you an old school video.
This was filmed on a potato. I think that's what they say. Oh, what the hell?
Where'd it go?
Why does it sound like that?
I don't
No,
know.
that was cool. I thought that was the video. I was going to be seeing some robot video.
It pasted the.
Quick time. Here it is. I gotta do this.
good looking.
Hold on. You guys might be in for a treat. Window.
Wow, come on.
Yeah. That's
You got it.
my second Triton I ever owned. I put my name
Oh
on
my
the
God.
fucking windshield.
Oh my God, that's awesome. That's one step up from Patch Pirate.
You wouldn't believe what I catch here.
It looks like a cormorant. What is it?
Look at that fucking boat.
What is that thing? Was that a motor guide on the front too?
Yeah,
That must have been part of like the Mercury thing, huh?
I
You
guess.
must have that run motor guide.
What the hell is this?
What lake is this?
Lake
I think?
Poigan.
Poigan? Like, what is that?
You'll see.
A dead deer. Holy hell. Did you actually cast to it or did you just like happen to hook it?
I don't know, bud.
Oh my God, there's
What is it?
It's a buck.
Deer.
It's like a carcass.
Do you have his antlers?
Are you gonna land it? Oh God, that's gross. Ah!
How's your life still?
I don't know.
Oh, wow. Dang. Zombie bass buck.
Ain't that wild?
That's just crazy.
What else we got?
That was fun, dude.
Gotta have something.
Jared said, I can smell that. Yummy dinner for later.
Uh-huh.
Oh, he caught Bambi. Tour edition.
Huh.
What about, we've had Dave Mercer on. Cooper Gallant, somebody just mentioned. What about, oh, God, the Tactical Bass guys. You could never get them. Matt Stefan.
The Tactical Bass guys. Yeah, I'll have to look back in some of this stuff.
Yeah, you should put like the early origins of smallmouth crush, the early days.
Yeah.
That would be classic, dude. Brent, you ever fished a stupid tube, dude?
Oh
Yeah.
my God, are we really talking about that?
I just want to know.
I
if you
fished
like
it with the man himself, Jacob Wheeler. He's the one that showed it to me.
Really?
That was the
Is
first
he-
time I'd ever seen it.
Is he a fan?
Yeah.
For
He
good
grew up
reason.
fishing it in Indiana.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Because we threw tubes on Champlain all the time. Like, maybe we threw drop shot a lot, but I grew up on a tube.
Yeah.
And yeah, he's like, oh, you guys ever throw a stupid tube before? And it goes through grass really good. Like,
Oh,
he
it
was
sure
throwing-
does.
26 pounds today.
Because it's what? It's like Texas. It's like half Texas rigged. It's some weird.
Right there.
Yeah. It goes in and out of grass pretty good,
Really good.
and it's
Very
got a unique
good.
ball.
And awesome
It
day
does.
on the Ontario, Lake of the Ontario.
Lake of the Ontario. Can we get Jacob Wheeler on?
Maybe
You think?
I don't.
You
care.
still do you know him?
No.
I do, but I don't.
Who would
think
you
I
like
do.
to see on? Who would you like to see on, Brent? You
John?
watch the show a little.
In
He
Henderson.
can't get the Johnsons on, can he?
You guys might remember this one.
Playing for him?
You guys might appreciate this.
Show us, dude.
Chrome tab, probably.
Yep. Good job.
See, I can run this show.
Yeah, you could.
And
Oh yeah, I remember that one.
I definitely would not recommend this place.
Oh, boy.
So you only get your boat charged when the lights are on, but I think they're solar paneled and they seem to go off and on. Oh, and it has a really nice view of Highway 85. And perhaps a crackhead used this as a blanket once.
Smoking
Oh
crack.
God.
There's a lot of needles on the
You don't
ground.
smoke crack?
I don't know.
Oh, and this part of the hotel is actually condemned. Every door has a deadbolt. Just this one. There's so much more to the story. Just you wait. Apparently, this part of the hotel, the roof collapsed, and that's why it's closed off. Now, I'm not a fan of cats, but there's a cat stuck in this room. I'll show you.
Look how
You
young
remember that,
Travis
I've
Eric?
been
looks.
with this for 3
I
days
do.
now.
Travis, look
You
how
hear him?
young you look.
Wasn't that? Because they got a
I
beard.
predict he will be dead within 2 days. I think he's actually stuck in the air conditioning unit in here.
Eric didn't like that.
No, man.
Now,
I
this
would've
door
tried to save
actually
the cat.
can open. There's a stick there, but we're actually afraid to go in.
Oh, a stick.
I would love to take you to the restaurant. However, that's actually closed as well.
Lights are on.
Rumor has it that was actually a meth lab. I swear to God, that's what the manager said.
Oh my God.
Matt's going to be on the trolling motor quite a bit tomorrow, I have a feeling. So we want to make sure he gets a good charge. Of course, for $55 a night, what can you expect? What did you find in there?
Used condom wrapper underneath this mattress.
Oh my God.
I'm actually going to walk around the corner. There's a gentleman that looks like he doesn't belong here. Well, maybe he does. Well, he was there.
This is the original TikTok video.
Oh yeah. You could have got 10 clips out of that.
Although Matt fights fires without a smoke alarm, we may not get out of here alive.
Man, that was funny.
And Matt said when he lifted the mattress up to check for bed bugs, he found something. I'm going to see if that's true.
Oh my God.
Oh, geez. It's true. Oh, so this morning I go to get ice, and I go to the front desk because I couldn't find the ice machine. And get this. Dude has an igloo cooler in the back office with crushed ice that he bought from the Citgo down the road. That's how they do it every morning. So if you ever do check in the quality end, I would say no to room 162 just by the way it looks. Just Smackles of Burger King last night right down the street. And
All right. I don't know where
there's
this
a black.
Did you guys stay there? Oh my God.
That's so crazy. That's so crazy.
Oh my God.
Good stuff, man.
It's kind of
Good
funny.
stuff. That is funny, man.
Can they hear that?
I think so. Oh man. Oh, we don't want to show that one.
No.
Eric Chatter, what's this?
What's that?
Eric catch on the chat.
I don't know.
Maybe.
I guess we just show videos tonight. We're just going back in the files.
Let's do it.
All right.
It might be this chatter. I held it up earlier. That's where
Are
I
you gonna
caught
have
that big
Mark
one
Zona
before we
on
caught
next
them big crankbait things.
Oh,
I
man.
hand tied that
Next
start.
week,
Ooh.
next week, Mark Zona will be on the show.
No way.
He's going to talk about Jordan Lee's return to Bassmaster.
That would
How
be
do we do
awesome.
this one? We just put it right here, and then we go to invite or present.
Present their screen.
Is that the chatter?
Yeah.
Now you got me curious.
All right.
Oh, it's that mini chatter in New York. It's that shaky chatter.
Gotta be Detroit.
Detroit.
Nitro.
The old Nitro, the blue one. I remember that was a good looking boat. That was cold that day, dude.
Get him.
I'm struggling. I didn't want to lose that chatter.
Oh, he's all excited about that.
That was a tub, dude.
Chatter that I showed. Travis and crazy. That you never heard of this blue video.
It's a football head chatterbait that's like tiny. You ever seen
There
it,
you
Brett?
go.
What?
You ever seen it?
No, but why were you throwing it on a spinning rod?
What the fuck is this?
Because it weighs like a freaking 3/16 of an ounce.
Oh, was it light?
It's a football head garage craft chatter. You never seen it? It's cool bait. Big fish of the trip, bro.
You got one laying around over there on the table?
Of course. Man,
Where
go
is-
get one in the I'll have to see. I had one out the other day. I'll be right back. Cue up the next one.
I got nothing.
There's actually about 50 videos over here, but most of them he's not going to show you guys.
What are you talking about?
There's the old homestead.
What's that?
My parents' house.
Oh, Wisconsin?
Yeah. What's Douglas? Oh.
Travis pulled the thumbnail up of the video and it was just him with knee pads on.
Why am here?
Gonna be an interesting boat ride.
Oh, this is your
Oh,
co-angler.
yeah, I remember.
That was like
guy.
St. Lawrence River, maybe.
Yeah, I got nothing fun.
He was like, Travis just caught one.
Uh,
You had a good day, maybe that day, or was that day?
There it is, Brent. It's a little football head.
I thought you. Who makes it?
Garage craft.
Oh, I thought you said
Five-
you made
5 grams. No, I can't make that shit. I mean,
Is it
it's a-
Japanese?
Oh yeah,
How come they can get away with putting the blade right on the head?
international patent.
Yeah.
Really?
Z-Man didn't have one. Yeah, oh, yeah, absolutely.
Come on.
Yep. Yeah, true. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Like that Imakatsu. Right
Yeah,
to the
I have
head,
some
bro.
of them.
Yep. Same thing. That's a bad little bitch, man. Drag that around, dude. Goes brr, brr. They ain't never seen that. Throw a little freaking Max Scent flatworm on the back of that. Be busting their ass up there. I'll come up there and throw it with you. Maybe it won't make 2 shits of a difference, but I'll try. I think the Mini Max does that now anyway. You know, with a gaff hook. So
I put in at Goose Bay today.
what?
I put in at Goose Bay and early in the morning and I went to the east side and I couldn't get in the cattails because the water's so low. So
Yeah.
I went the west side, same deal, dude. I didn't shoot a duck today.
Goose Bay in the river?
Yeah, it's low. Real low.
Have you shot any? Like, you go out right on the main lake of Ontario?
Yeah. You can go out of Cape right now and shoot all the goldeneye you want.
You go set up like right on the point or something?
Yeah.
Like, you go sit on like Point Peninsula or something and like shoot ducks?
Yeah. I might have a couple scenes in here for you. See if we can find some.
The guys want stuff you've never posted before.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot. There's a lot I don't post.
Yeah.
You want to see some guy freak out? Let me see if I can find it. We'll get some good stuff here, guys. We'll do a little after hours. Where is it?
CCRR says, Travis, is your mom still guiding for raccoons? What does that even mean? I don't know what that means, but that's just silly. It's funny.
She
Is your mom a raccoon guide?
yeah, whatever varmints get in the yard at Travis' parents, they don't usually survive.
Everything dies at the parents' house.
They want an update on the fish ladder.
There is no update
is that done? Like, are people fishing there still this year? Is that bite done?
I didn't go
Your
back.
mom's a legendary raccoon tracker in Wisconsin. Where's that coming from?
What does that go like September to when?
What's that?
That salmon deal.
Oh,
is it like done in November?
September through early November.
Yeah.
Over.
Something here.
Man, I'm getting hungry. Hold
on, we're getting some good stuff here.
I had a really intense day, man. That's all I'm gonna
Did you?
say. Oh yeah, dude.
Video clips.
Really intense. I'm
Underwater.
zapped. I gave it all for the stream.
You did good.
I try. Thank you.
Andy Leonard.
Say, read it out loud. Watch out. Don't misspell chat. Oops.
Champlain. You know where we're at?
Yeah, do you guys have any videos of YouTube?
You know where we're at.
Used twos?
Oh, that's at Cary Bay facing New York.
Brent, have you ever shot a video with Travis?
No, I've never fished with him.
You've
I've been
never
in
fished together?
I've been in some of the videos on the bank or something. That's it, though.
Do you guys want to fish together?
Yeah, we'll fish together.
You guys would make a pretty powerful team. So, Brent, let's say you're stuck in the back of Travis's boat. Are you standing on his shoulder looking at live scope, or are you just going to cast around like I do?
We both.
No, I'll stay on the front. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
I've only live scope fished. How many team tournaments?
I've done at least one. I did one this year in September.
Were you in the front or the back? Or
We
standing
both stood,
shoulder
yeah,
to
side by
shoulder?
side.
Was that an effective way to fish?
Yeah. One of us would
Okay.
throw.
So what was the strategy? Go ahead.
All right.
Sorry.
So if you see them and there's
Yeah.
like one of us will throw, and if your cast is like good, the other one doesn't throw. Like if the fish is interested, like right away.
I got it.
But
Got it.
if the fish isn't interested, the
Yep.
second person throws.
Yep.
And you can if you throw two different baits, you can determine what they want to eat. And each fish is a little different.
Very
So
interesting.
you might
So
throw
we'll-
like a Demiki
Yep.
at them versus like a
Yep.
swim bait versus a drop shot,
Yep.
and each one will. And you have multiple throws. You can usually, you can
Great strategy.
follow one for 10 minutes. But anyway,
Great
yeah,
strategy.
if you both throw at them, you'll confuse them.
Sure.
Like
How did
I've
you
had
do? How
toes-
did you do in the tournament?
Oh, we won.
Oh, awesome.
We had our biggest bag ever. We had 5 fish limit on Champlain. We had 24.12 pounds on the first day, mixed bag.
Of small. Okay, mixed bag. Yep.
Yeah, it was 3 smallmouths. We had a 5-pounder and 2 4.5s, and then we had a 5.5-pound largemouth and a 4.5-pound largemouth. Biggest bag I've ever weighed on Champlain. And then
all live scope fish.
No, the largemouth came flipping a jig.
Okay.
And the smallies were live scope. And then day 2, we caught 21 pounds, and 4 of them were smallmouth on live scope, and one of them was a largemouth flipping a jig again.
Nice.
Yeah. And yeah, so we had like 45 pounds for 2 days, which is.
So what time of year was it?
It was September 30th.
And what were the 2 baits you guys were up front with, like primarily? I'm sure you had multiple rods ready to go.
Yeah, Z2 is the main deal for that. I mean, live
Z2.
scope deal.
Okay.
And then
My buddy
jig on
JP.
East Coast.
Oh yeah, baby.
And our battery's dying here on
one.
the camera. So
Quarter
we
out.
got to charge that before we get to our spot.
Here's a brand new video.
All right, we're boat number 11, and we have to be in at 3 o'clock. We're going to try to capture a few good smallmouth today. Are you feeling good about today?
26.7, baby. Real good.
All right, I'm a little behind. Obviously, this video was shot back in September.
There we are,
It
bud.
was a few months ago, but it was a fun
the good
tournament with
stuff.
Jake. That's the right con, guys. Beast Coast open water sniper, Jake. Getting it.
Fell down.
Oh, this is the video where JP's rod got like ripped off the side of the boat. Or
Oh, yeah,
something,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, you showed clips of this, Travis, for sure.
All right, fine.
That's it.
Yeah,
just
because the
hanging out,
rod
bud.
like shoots
This is
behind
when
the
you
boat.
caught like a 7-pounder, 7.5
Oh, yeah.
or something.
Oh, yeah. On the sniper jig.
Sniper.
That long net. You don't like that long.
That's illegal. They need to make a rule against that net. Look at how long that net is.
Yeah, with JP's 7-foot arms, it's like 14 feet.
Literally cheating.
He'll use every advantage he can, Brent.
That's a real good one. Holmes.
That's crazy. Net rule. You like a
Good job,
mustard.
baby.
True. That's true.
JP can't catch him, but Travis can. Get in your home. All right, give me one of them.
You had one tied on last night. I told you to tie him on last night.
Yeah, I told you I don't have a Beast Coast jig. I got a JP jig.
Those don't work. They work in your narrows. They work in your narrows. Not on the big water.
He really wanted one.
You keep your jigs in your boat. I don't even know what I'm saying.
Get that net out there, JP.
Yeah, why is he's leaving some meat on the bone there?
I know. Extend that net. They're not even that big, I guess.
I know, it looks like a 2-pounder when it comes in because the net's as big as the well of the boat.
Is this day 1 or day 2?
There's a lot of broken line there. What's going on? Oh, to come off in the net?
I think so. JP's fucking around.
I got you. Travis will throw that fish back. Watch this.
I don't know.
You put him in the
morning
well?
started out good. I got bad audio here. The wind just kicked up and we were catching.
Oh, you missed it.
Double scoop. Why would he net? That's like a 1 pounder.
We're getting a lot of bites.
That's going back in
whether
the
or
water.
not to keep that one, but
no way. Throw it back, Travis. He's going to throw it to him. I thought you were going to toss it to him.
JP
I'd
wants
been in
it
the water.
well.
With those 3 waves right there, succession, I'd have been in the water.
How big are
I'd
those?
have done a backflip.
I mean,
like a pound and a half.
Well, we lost a few. Still having a good time. We got a good bag.
Did it break off at the?
A little bit of wind noise here, so
I don't know.
I'm gonna have to turn the volume down just slightly. But this was the big fish of the day. We already have a good bag. I just don't have time to go through all the clips right now.
Oh,
this one hit the 3/8 ounce Beast Coast open water sniper jig.
Make a nice
color
cast to that
sexy
bitch. I see him
melon.
coming. I get excited right here. Watch me get excited. That 7.5 pounder. I saw
thankful
him.
to be able to catch a fish of this size during the tournament.
He's coming. Shake that jig right.
Why didn't you just use the net for scooping the fish off the bottom?
Got him. Got him. Oh, he extended the net.
Oh yeah, he knows. JP's good with that fucking thing.
Yeah. Better him than me.
He's all excited. He knows this big.
Look at it. He's leaving like 6 foot on the back end.
I know. He had talked about that.
Use that net, JP.
And he stands in my way. I can't move quick.
Yeah, what's up about? He's got to like.
Probably should be at the back of the boat right now.
Well, he's got flip flops on. Is there anything worse to run around on a boat with?
Get off!
Yes! 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 I told you he was sitting on that rock.
Well, you're amazing.
Yes!
I told you he was sitting on that rock. Travis goes, well, you're amazing.
7.5.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
All right. Let's put him on the scale. Wow.
Dude.
Got him.
Oh, my God.
Oh, that's big, big, big.
How big is it?
7.6.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yes.
Put him in the well. All right, get him in there.
What do you think he weighs?
I don't know, 5.
JP. They all look small.
Yeah.
JP's like 7.
You're gonna have to fizz him.
All right, well, hold on. We got a call here. Give me the.
All right, we got a call. A little 4-pound, 2-ounce fish. Throw him back.
Yeah, Slumpy's right.
So, guys,
They look
today
small
I've been
with
doing.
JP.
I caught that last fish on the Great Lakes Finesse. Drop him in. I guess I got to do some work here. All right, we're back. We got a decent bag. That's 7, almost 8 pounder help. Oh, this might be fun. All right, we're back. We're leading the tournament right now. We had 27.5 pounds. We got a lot going on here tonight. We're making a little fire. We're having a campfire with everybody. What are you doing, JP?
Oh yeah, big JP here, getting the fire going for the kids. Yeah. Oh yeah, here's some real. There we go.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, burn that.
What the hell is going on here? Freaking ducks. What is up with all these duck decoys while we're trying to get ready for a freaking tournament?
We're rigged and ready. Everything's a mess.
Everything's rigged. Everything's ready.
Trash.
Boat's destroyed. It's on charge. Hooked up to Yoda.
Okay, JP, I will let you catch one fish tomorrow.
Oh,
You can tell me what species of ducks this is.
That's a diver.
Okay, what kind?
That I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
Guess.
A sea duck diver? All right. It's pretty realistic decoy you got there.
Yeah. What kind are these?
I have no idea.
What color is that?
Black.
Say duck afterwards.
Black duck.
There you go.
All right. We're getting a little education on ducks here. Here's my favorite, the mallard.
There you go.
Yeah, green-headed mallard. But then we also have, these are early season greenheads because they're still fresh out of the egg. So the head's not 100% green yet.
Yeah. What we need? Should we rig up these spinner baits here?
I don't know. I don't think we're going to need them.
No. You never know. So,
Time to get to bed, boys.
all right. So we're going to see you guys in the morning. We're probably not going to do an intro in the morning. We're just going to head out. And so you're going to see us at our first stop tomorrow. Although I think our first stop, we're not going to be able to video.
Oh, secret spot.
Yeah. Secret spot.
Sneaky spot number one.
Yeah. We're going to do something totally different than what we did today. So most people think that's insane, but we're going to go to a total different part of the lake tomorrow.
How many pounds of a lead do we have?
Only 3 or 4.
3 pounds. So we just got to get 23 pounds tomorrow and we'd be feeling pretty confident.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or another 27, 28.
That'd be
What did we
fabulous.
have today? So we had 27.5 pounds.
27, I think 68.
We didn't need that 7.5 pounder.
We sure were glad to have her.
It was nice. Yeah. So what's working, and we're running low. Beast Coast open water sniper jig, sexy melon. And then I've been putting one of these here. Hand that camera around here. We got the snack craw, and I did catch a 5-pluser on the spicy melon drop minnow, right? Remember?
Yep.
I'm tired, man.
Me too.
We got to do this all over again.
Eric's like, yeah.
And we got a full week of guiding.
Oh, yeah.
You're going to leave your boat here,
Yep.
and you'll be back Thursday. All right. I'll go to bed too, guys. We'll see you guys out there in the morning. Hopefully we'll catch a few.
Water. JP catches the first fish, Eric. Watch this. He knows what's up. Just freaking Douglas rods. He's proud of those rods.
Big enough, dude.
So you won't film your starting spot on day 2, but you'll film where you caught that 7 pound.
JP with the first fish in the morning.
Yeah, boys.
Finally. He done catches one. Fatty.
Better start this morning, guys. Just pulled up to one spot. Didn't fish yesterday. First drop, I got one about 4 1/4. Spot number 2.
All right, so we're the winds are a little bit.
Huh. We'll be calling that fish out soon. Is what Travis is thinking.
Yeah,
just happened?
he's all excited about it. I wasn't.
Smallmouth Crush. Here we are, another tournament
Oh,
on
we
Lake
started.
Ontario.
We'll get there.
Yeah, right here.
Right here.
Okay, go
Let's
back.
watch that. I guess we caught that one.
What are you yelling at?
I don't know.
You see that? I told you they were here. Uh-oh.
One of them I lost. What's up with the internet here?
What's going on?
Oh no, bud.
Smallmouth Crush. Here we are, another tournament. Love it, run, but we decided.
Sorry, guys.
Smallmouth Crush. Here we are, another tournament.
Whoa! It's like a simulation.
It could
Oh,
be.
now JP has one.
It's
We
like
missed the
Groundhog
freak
Day.
out.
That's all right.
Well, I'm going to take them. We're struggling today, so we're going to take them and be happy and positive here.
JP's retying again. Travis is tracking a fish. There it is! JP!
Get up!
Get the
Get
net!
here.
He's trying to finish his knot. Did you see that? He literally tried to finish. Did you just lose that fish? Or is this the same fish?
Nah, it's a different. I don't know. I got so fucked up on the videos here. Glitch in the simulation.
You must have lost that one.
JP's happy. Oh, this is when we make a move to the big fish spot. Oh,
No.
you got to be kidding me. We're getting the best.
No.
I know it's
It's
going to
not
happen.
like in the double stream.
Smallmouth Crush. Here we are, another
Oh,
tournament.
I got you.
Oh my God, I can't do it.
I get him. Yeah?
No.
No.
This is a little.
Saw this
You
one.
gotta go like right below the
All right.
hummingbird. Oh, maybe not actually, because the grass is moving. Now, yeah, we're a couple seconds away.
Here we go. Here we go. Pay your bill. He ain't even fishing. He's just watching.
So that's a quick tip for you guys. If you ever throw any course become
Dang.
Go back down. I don't know. This way. I'm just telling you, these are big. See how motherfucker bit? A little fish. Oh, you see the head shake? Yeah, I do.
I want to get out there. Let's go.
Let's go.
Here's some derbies. Get up. Come on.
Oh, he used all the net there, man. Look at that.
Why are you so aggressive with the slaps, bud? I have sensitive hands.
I have
know
sensitive
this.
hands.
5-pounder number one. One more to wow.
BKK hooks, drop shot hooks, Great Lakes finesse, spicy
Melon, baby.
melon. Getting the job done out here.
Travis, you're walking all wonky through the boat. Like a spider monkey. Got him.
It's big.
I lose one of these big bitches, though.
Do you really?
Oh, this might be where.
I mean, just like.
Get him.
What happened?
Where we at? Where we at?
Lost video of Atlantis.
Okay, if you watch closely here, JP's going to get a bite. Fish. And I'm going to try to get everything untangled, but I bite the wrong line.
I got a big one on. He drops the net.
And I barely am able to get that line, like catch up to the line once I realize the mistake I made here. So we get this one in.
Dude, get me off of that. I got a fish.
All right.
Got the wrong line here.
Uh-oh.
Shit.
That's the best
I
thing
got
I've
your
ever
line.
seen.
I still got him. Oh my God. Ah, what the heck?
You hand lined that fish
It's
in.
a stud. It's a stud.
Cut the brain in your teeth.
Here. Yes.
I cut the
That's
wrong
a top
line.
5 moment.
I
Yes.
cut the wrong line.
That's a top 5 moment.
What's wrong with me, bud?
Oh, dude, it went right down on your shit.
On mine?
Yep.
Good job, bud.
Thanks, bro. Nice job. Nice hand line.
All right, made her back.
There you
Got a
go.
good bag.
Nice bag. Took a nice shower on the way in.
We speared a couple waves. I'm dry.
Always.
There you go. That's how we do it.
Awesome, man. Awesome show. Awesome extra vid. Bonus footage.
There you go.
All right, let's see what we got.
All right.
We won. What do we have today? Just under 26.
Yep.
So I think we won by 5 or 6 pounds.
Yep. Just over 5 pounds.
Over 5 pounds we won by. Major baits for this tournament. The Great Lakes Finesse drop.
All right, so the audio just sucked here as we were trying to wrap this up, but
there you go.
The top baits for us.
What do you think, Eric?
That was
Good
cool
job,
footage, man.
Britt, thanks for
That was
hanging
cool
out.
footage. Absolutely, man. We still got some people hanging, man. They like the bonus footage section. That was some new stuff we hadn't seen in that video. That's still an incredible moment, man. That you bit the line and you're like, oh no, and you freaking got it and hand-lined it. That's a top 5 moment right there.
Yeah.
Very cool.
I'm trying to find, I want to put together a thing for the Christmas season where I bite that shad, but I can't find that ever.
Oh God. That was unbelievable. The full freak out that I had.
Yeah.
Best live in this simulation by far.
There you go.
Oh yeah, no doubt. No doubt. All right, everybody. Who do we got for next week? Travis will work on it this week.
I don't
Gotta
know.
start to work on the show plan. I'll have ideas. If you don't, I'll find somebody.
All right.
That's right. Huh?
How about this?
What? What's this?
Oh, let's keep going.
What are we gonna do?
Come on.
Who that? Oh, that's the one you did for your clients, right?
I don't know who the fuck they are. I'm sorry, guys. Yeah, good time.
It's the biggest fucking smallmouth I've ever seen in my life.
Who are these jabronis?
I don't know.
That's Randy and Randolph.
Yeah, that's who it is. Well, that's really nice and everything. That's awesome.
Thank you. I was trying to get some good footage for you. I really like this clip at the end.
Okay.
Hold on.
Is he reeling them right up to the tip? Please don't tell me that.
They always do. I think it's a huge.
Oh my God.
This motherfucker freaks out over this.
Yeah, don't worry about this.
I know, right?
Watch this.
That's a 5.
These guys get jacked over this fish.
Your rod's on the snap.
Come on, get them in.
Larry, I'm gonna brother away.
Come on, Larry. Larry.
Yes. Oh my God.
That's a
That
stud.
thing's fucking huge.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh
Dude, that's a stud.
Oh my God. It's fucking huge. It's the biggest fucking smallmouth I've ever seen in my life. Oh my God.
Love it.
Wow.
That's what it's all about right there.
God dang. I
Handle
need
that
that
pitch.
tomorrow.
I think that.
I need that tomorrow.
Do not drop that. Swallow that bitch. Can you help me out with this?
Yeah, yeah,
Oh
yeah.
my holy, that's a good fucking.
Tomorrow.
That's a long one. Hold them this way, though. There you
A little.
I could grab a pic.
There you go, Holmes. That's what we do.
Nice.
Book a trip. By the way, calendar's open. Let's go.
Do it. All right.
I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I got 8 early season dates ready to go.
Boom.
April 23rd, 24th, 25th, 26th, 27th, 28th.
Won't last long.
That's right.
What are you talking about? Those were in June or May.
2024. That's the early season.
When does it close?
Brett.
The 10th, May
Brett.
10th.
Oh,
Name that, Brett.
I can't see it.
Name
He's
that-
got
Hold
shit
on.
pulled up on the screen.
Name that jig.
What the fuck? That's called the wheelbarrow. I don't know.
Name that jig.
wheelbarrow.
You ain't never seen it. You don't even pretend like you've seen it. You don't know what's up.
No,
I ain't
it's
even
a
finished with
double
it.
wheelbarrow mold.
Ah. All right, we're having way too much
Yeah.
fun.
We are, man. That was good stuff. Good stuff.
I didn't want to hit Pete too heavy. I do want to make a live scope video about how this technology has been around for centuries, and we just keep experiencing it. No, Randy would flip the fuck out. This is going. You have to be an idiot to think that none of this shit ever in the history of this rally has ever happened.
Hey, listen, I'm
We're
gonna
just
go
lucky
watch.
to experience going on right now.
This is the after-hour shows. Around after.
10,000 years ago, we were experiencing this shit, but you don't know that because the fucking world gets reset.
Hey, listen, it's been a great show, man. And until next time, I'll see you on the water.
What the fuck, Eric?
I knew he was gonna do that. Oh, we gotta pick a winner. Let's do the random winner here.
Thank you for participating in the super chat, guys.
We appreciate it. All right, ready? We're gonna hit the button, and the winner is Rich G. Thank you, guys.
You're getting a bunch of free shit.
Yeah. Send me your address when you get time. Now I gotta go all the way back down here.
Pharaoh Crush.
Oh man.
This is probably the 9th time we've utilized forward-facing sonar.
That's right. He knows.
They built the pyramids with forward-facing
Serious
sonar.
question. Let me just pick your brain. It's just you and me now, man. Nobody else. No distractions. It's just us. Do you really feel like you're that privileged to be in this situation where we're using forward-facing sonar, where we can pick up a phone and see somebody in Japan right now that the people that lived before us never experienced that they were literally living in dirt floors? That's what the narrative is.
Yeah.
Does that kind of blow your mind? Do you really think we're just that privileged, or do you think there could potentially be resets?
I think there's a reset.
Do you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know if there's like every.
It's 138 years.
I don't know if there's that.
Oh yeah.
But I mean, I could see like every 10,000.
Okay. So you can't. Yeah. Yeah.
Or maybe like 5.
How is there
500,
jellyfish
5,000.
fossilized? Neil deGrasse Tyson, Bill Nye the Science Guy, all these fuck sticks out there that run the narrative?
I don't know. I don't watch enough.
You don't know.
I don't know enough.
Why, when I walk down any downtown area, just across the river, go to Kingston, Ontario, and you're going to see buildings where the street level covers up half the windows. The sidewalk is what was below that. Why would you build a building and have the road right outside cover up a whole story?
So what do you think? It's all just like dirt?
Mud floods
flooded it.
It's all phenomena. It's stuff that you experience, and the Phoenix visits us every 138 years.
The who?
The Phoenix is called.
I don't know.
Yeah, true story. What we got for the comments
Let's see.
here? Preach.
Get Bill Nye on the show.
Listen, I just try to worry about like
my next day.
Yeah,
I get it.
I don't think we can possibly live long enough to see.
No, we're immortal beings though, so we're not ever gonna die. We're always creating. What you don't understand is you create your own reality. You have the collective and you have yourself. You have the collective's reality and you have your own reality.
What you guys are witnessing right now is Travis morphing my young.
Yeah, I'm trying to get you
virgin brain.
Trying to get you on the right, the right side of history anyways. It's amazing. It's an amazing place. We signed up for this, man.
Listen,
we signed up for this experience.
We have to figure out how we can put 4 or 5 graphs on the front of our boat.
I know.
Without going to like 7 inches.
Do you really think you can fit 2 16s and 2 12s at the bow?
What's he run for a boat? A Ranger?
I wouldn't know what that would even look like.
I don't think. How the hell could we put 2? You'd have to go downstairs and take your 2 console graphs off, the gimbals and everything, and like lay them on your front deck with your 3 graphs you already have. And see,
he's got to have one on like a ram mount. There's got to be. They're not all going to be on some sort of bass boat technology.
He's got to have it, and he's not going to run them all the time either. If he does have that, like, why would he run it? He's not going to run all 5 graphs unless the lake sets up for it. Like when he comes here up here, he probably would, but like the start of the season.
What do you have at your console? It's called. What do you have at the front of the boat?
On the front of the boat, the console,
or at the steering wheel,
the dash.
Yeah.
What do I have?
Yep.
I have a 16-inch Lowrance, the Pro unit,
which is what you use for your waypoints.
Yeah, waypoints.
When you're idling, when you have side image on Lowrance, can you hit a rock pile and waypoint it?
What do you mean? Yeah.
And you can do that with a Humminbird.
Yeah.
I have a hard time, at least
on what, a Garmin?
On a Garmin to do that.
Yeah, I don't have.
I don't know if you can.
I have a Garmin unit, but I don't have a transducer.
So I'm so backwards. I am so freaking bad. Somehow I managed to make my shit work, but I run a Humminbird and a Garmin. The Humminbird for side image.
Yeah.
And I use the Lake Master chip, but I also like the Garmin. All my waypoints are on the Garmin. So the problem is when I get to the front of the boat, I have to have a small little sliver of my map.
Yeah.
And that takes up real estate for my live scopes.
Yeah.
So it would be nice to have a dedicated unit. But I would prefer to have all my waypoints in the Humminbird format.
Well, you probably can transfer them.
Sure.
Yeah, mine, I have a Lowrance that I do all my waypoints on. And then I have on the right side, on a balls out mount, I have another Lowrance or a Humminbird or a Garmin. I can just switch them out. Like they're on a balls out, so I can just undo it. And I can switch them, but I don't put waypoints on the Garmin or the Humminbird. Oh, there's like a few on the Humminbird, but like I don't, it's whatever. And then on the front, I have all 3, but I still use like a sliver of map. But I have a 16-inch Lowrance, so the little sliver of map doesn't affect my the live scope or the active target screen. Still looks
Garmin's
the same.
Better, right?
But yeah, I have a Garmin too.
Okay.
I have both.
Why would you keep the active target?
Because I think I can see suspended fish further out better on active target, and I can see my bait.
These new saltwater units?
I don't know. I haven't used it. But if the detail's not as good, you're not going to be able to see your bait.
I don't believe that.
You have to use it and try it. I don't even want to buy. Like, I'm going to buy one, I guess, and see. But like, there's not really anybody out there there's no video on it or anything. Like, even like I use primarily active target too, but I've just learned to like decipher it. Originally started with Garmin.
Yeah.
I had the 2017 Panoptics. I had like the original Panoptics, and I got rid of it. I didn't like it. And then in 2019 or 2020, I got LVS 32 when it got a lot better.
Yeah. So 2017 was at Lake Erie FLW, and we were out there, and I had that forward facing, whatever it was, the first one, Panoptics.
Yeah.
I still relied on my 2D for that event because I didn't know the value of it. I could see the blobs out there.
Yeah.
I didn't trust it.
I wish I would have.
Well, I remember when I had it, I thought I had it, like, I couldn't dial it in. I would like mess with it. I wasn't a guy that just put it on the boat and like whatever. Like I was trying to figure it out.
Right.
And I would get on rock piles and there would be loads of them there, like 20, 30 at least smallmouth. I'd see them all on 2D, but then on this, in the same pitch, like I'd throw 20 feet in front of the boat and I couldn't see my bait going down. Like I could just I never got that one dialed in, and I was like, this is useless.
Let's check some of these comments.
They're all saying you have too many graphs, too many screens.
Preach.
But anyway, the active target I've gotten used to, but I have LVS 34 too, and the LVS 34 is better for seeing detail on the bottom of the lake. But I feel like, so for you on Ontario, I would want Garmin for sure. St. Lawrence River, Ontario, you'd want to have Garmin. But if you're fishing for like suspended fish up in the water column, I feel like active target's better.
Yeah.
Even though it's not as clear, but we can, like, you decipher the image, right?
Yeah,
it's the same thing with like interference.
All right, let's go over these comments first. Johnny has a really good one. Ever hear of windows in the basement? Get some sunlight down there. The windows are half covered, bud. That's what we're talking about. On all these old world buildings, they're covered. The street level.
Do you have one that you could go to on Google Earth right now and get the Google
Dude,
Maps?
any town has them.
Just go on the Google Maps of that
There's a
building.
huge mud flood 1902 that covered up most of these buildings. Do yourself a favor. I'm not going to go there tonight. Let's see what else we got here. We all know the Great Lakes aren't that old. Obviously, they were formed around 1600. Can you dig to China? No, because
the Earth is flat.
It's not flat.
What is it?
It's whatever your reality tells you it is.
So
if you
it could
believe
be
it's
round.
flat, you're going to see all evidence to prove that it's flat. If you believe it's round, you're going to see all evidence that it's round. There's no way to prove it. You've never been to space.
Yeah.
NASA tells us it's round, but it's not. But it's also not flat. I know it doesn't make sense. It's this reality isn't even real. It's a simulation. It's a simulation, bro. I know. It's different than what you've been taught in science class. I know. Let's see what else we got here.
What's he say? Do you run lithium batteries? Either one of you?
Yes.
Yes. I have 5 lithiums in my boat. 2. I have a 125 and a 100 amp hour in parallel. So it's 225 amp hours of cranking power. And then I have 3. The trolling motor side is whatever. That's for your trolling motor. But for running electronics and cranking the motor, I have 225 amp hours together. If you get a battery, a lithium that has an app, you can tell how many amps it's drawing. You turn on all your graphs, turn on all your live well pumps. You can see how much time it'll last you. So I can't run just one battery because it only lasts me like 8 or 9 hours, and it won't get me through a tournament day or a practice day. So I have to run 2 batteries. And you run what, 2 also?
Yeah.
In parallel?
Yep.
So 2 cranking batteries. Every single guy that's fishing like high level professional events, MLF, BPT, elites, even all the way down to the opens now, they all have, more than likely, they either have one giant, like a 200 amp hour battery. Some of the manufacturers make them now, or they're running 2 in parallel.
Yeah, Scott, the question above is way more important.
What is that?
Travis, do you know about wormholes? So, Scott, I don't know too much about wormholes, but I've been doing a lot of research lately in the ley lines and how every Capitol building is actually built on the ley line. But those buildings weren't built to be capitals anyways. They were part of the old world. Back to your batteries. Anyways, yes. So
then lithiums, I've been on lithium since 2019. I was destroying lead acid batteries with I was running 4 graphs at the time. Nobody else would run 4. I didn't even understand anything with it. Finally figured out the lithiums in 2019. And then it's pretty much, it's not like common now, but it's really caught on in like the last 2 years, 3 years. And, but anyway, it's the deal. If you watch Travis's videos from like early 2017, 18, you are nonstop battling battery issues every night.
Oh yeah.
Every video you watch of Travis fishing in like an Everstart or a Toyota or Costa, whatever they were called, he's having battery issues like nonstop.
Since I went lithiums and the power pole charge, I don't know if that's what you use.
Yeah, I have a power pole charge.
I've never had an issue. Even my Lund boat, my little duck hunting boat, has a power pole charge in it. I will tell you one thing, because I keep my duck and my bass boat at times in the other garage that's not heated. When it gets below freezing, that power pole charge will not be charging your lithiums.
Yeah.
That's one thing I learned.
Yeah, because it's got an internal temperature and it just knows lithiums are not supposed to be charged under 32 degrees.
So what I'm going to do here, because I haven't decided if I'm going to sell my bass boat or keep it yet. I've just been too busy to list it, but I need to take those lithiums out. I would recommend if you're done fishing, you probably already did this, right?
Yeah, I actually ice fish with mine, but I'll usually take them out of the boat and keep them like in the house or whatever, put them like somewhere.
Yeah.
Just somewhere where it's like a moderate temp, because they say you can store them below freezing and it's fine, but
I just put them in the basement.
Take them out and put them in your house. Like they're literally so light. They weigh 30 pounds. You just pick them up. It takes 5 minutes to unhook them all.
But I've had zero issues since I switched to the power pole charge and lithium batteries.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. I'm on my, if I did 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. So I've done 5 full seasons and have not had a single, and I'm not sponsored by any of them. Like I run Rely-Ons and Ionics together. Those are just ones that I purchased over the years. The reason I got Rely-On was because they were like one of the #1 companies in 2018. And then Ionics, I switched over 2 of them to Ionic when those first came out because of the app, because I was sick of not knowing how much charge I had left. Not that I ever killed them, because my setup was built for like 2 days of fishing, but it was hard to tell if they're charging or not, right? Like you could plug in and have a bad outlet and not know it, and your power pole charge will or at the time I was running a Dual Pro, so they would turn on, but they wouldn't actually charge the battery. For some reason, like the battery was too smart and it would realize there was just some weird stuff.
I used to run that Stealth charger. Remember those?
Yeah. With Lithium Pros, probably.
Yep.
And they, but yeah, I haven't had, and I would go through a set of lead acids. I've almost lost I remember I was telling Jody White this. In 2018, I was fishing the Toyota or the Costa Toyota series on Champlain. I was leading going to the final day. And halfway through the days, my cranking battery would die. And I would have to jump start. I had one of those e-starts. I would jump off my trolling motor batteries to like run around. And I was fishing like a tournament trying to win 60 grand or whatever it was, with knowing that my battery was not going to get me through the day.
Yeah.
Like now, I mean, I don't have to worry about that, but it's.
That day I led on Champlain in 2010, I had my batteries died and I had to get towed. I was in Rouse's Point, and I remember, you don't remember this. You know that old dock, the railroad bridge?
Yeah. What do you mean the old dock?
Well, the railroad bridge.
Yeah.
Well, in 2002, well, you have to know, you grew up there.
Yeah.
There was a marina there. Or like
the marina's still there. But
no, there's a store on the dock.
Okay, yeah.
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 And these French Canadians in their big ass boat towed me in. I got permission from the Chris Bowes, and I had to go buy a battery in that store.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's how I fucking got back.
It's crazy to think, like, I mean, I love lithium batteries. I think that if I would have had lithium batteries in 2018, I would have won the 2018 Costa on Champlain, because I would have been able to find one more bedfish, because my trolling motor would have been way better. Like all I needed was one more I needed one more 4-pounder, and I would have won the tournament. And anyway, looking back, like I was like, man, if I had lithiums, because every day I would burn my trolling motor up from 7 a.m. until like 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock. My lead acids would be fine all day. And then at 4 o'clock, they would die. And I'd have to get off the water. I would drive home.
switched my batteries out because I had a spare set of LEDs that were charging from the day before. I had an external charger at the house. And I'd switch those 3 batteries out and drive back to the lake and like take me like an hour, launch the boat and go back out for like 2 or 3 more hours and look. And I look back and I'm like, man, if each day, like I did that 4 days in a row, I'm like, that would have gave me like 6 to 8 hours of fishing time in practice. And I might have been able to find like one more.
If you guys are on the fence, lithium batteries are the way to go. I think all the brands that are out there are good now.
Yeah, there's a ton of them. I don't know if I would go with those cheaper, like $300 Amazon ones, maybe for your trolling motor. But if you're going to put them on the cranking side, you definitely need to make sure you get a brand that's like been tested, because they will shut off like on the alternator. You know, some of those BMSs that aren't fully tested, they'll shit the bed on you. I haven't had it happen to me, but there's other guys that have bought them without doing their research. But I did a ton of research before ever buying them, because I was dropping $5,000. You know, I was buying 5 lithiums. It was going to cost me $1,000 a battery. And now the prices are a little lower. But anyway, I've been on the same set for 5 years. So like,
really,
if you were to look back at how much I spent on lead acids and AGMs from 2016 to 2018, I spent like $3,000. Like 2 or 3 grand. So I've already almost paid. I paid like this almost the same amount. Like I would have doubled I probably would have already spent another $3,000 by now. So it's almost like it's better in the long term to have lithium.
If you look in the, I'm going to have some Lithium Pro batteries for sale actually in the next auction coming up. But
do you have 36 volt?
I got 2 of them.
No, what are you running your boat right now? 36s or 2? You have 12 volts.
2 36s
for your trolling motor.
Yeah.
So that I run 3 12-volt batteries in series. And Travis runs a 36-volt cell, and then you have 2 of them.
Yeah.
And you hook them together. That usually works better, actually, with lithium. When I bought mine, 36-volt batteries weren't even a thing yet. There was they made Lithium Pros had a smaller one, but you needed like 3 or 4 of them. In parallel to match. Now they make them a lot bigger, so you can get away with doing that setup. But I would probably. That's probably what I would do if I had to redo it. I would do what you have. And do 36.
I just have 4 batteries. I have 2 12s, 2 36s parallel. And he goes, so the power pole charges the deal for the trickle. Yeah. So I literally, I don't even look at the charge. Remember, I fish every day. So I plug that thing in and I just unplug it in the morning, and I've never have any issues. So it just keeps them charged.
Have any of you guys ever watched the videos of the guy who tears down the lithium batteries and tells you how they're made? Yeah, that's man, I can't remember his name, but I've seen him. He's the guy to look at. It just was in my head.
Oh no.
But there's a guy on YouTube. He literally destroys every battery. It cuts them in half, and then he tests them to see like what's they're made out of. A lot of them are just made out of the same exact.
Yeah, I would assume most of them are
the same. Even the same BMSs, like they're just rebadged. But this guy says, I'm looking to isolate my electronics on a C Pro harness with photographs, 2 live scope. You'd be real tight. So the way you could do it is, so 4 graphs, it all depends on how big the graphs are. So the bigger the graph, the more power it's going to draw. So let's just say, okay, the harness is good. Yeah. Sonar Pros. Okay. So that's going to give you like 10 amps to each battery or each graph you're going to be dialed. So you could take, if you've got 4 12-inch graphs, they typically all draw 3 amps per hour. So you're going to have 12 amps per hour of power draw. With live scopes are probably 2 live scopes, maybe 4 amps total. So you're looking at 15, 16 amps per hour. So you take your 125 amp hour battery, divide it by 15, and that would give you how many hours that battery will last you. So if you're only fishing for 4 hours, you're going to be good. You're probably only going to use 50% of it. But if you're out there for 10, 12, 16 hours, it's probably, I would say 10 hours will probably be your max with that setup.
Yeah. All right, Gene, if I shape my rally correctly, will Trump be president in 2024? So Trump is part, that whole deal is part of the collective that I was talking about. Your own individual reality, you should not care about what the collective does or think. You can't control it. There's nothing you can do. Their reality tunnels are already set. So my advice is don't worry about Trump or the elections or really anything. That's for the collective, not you.
You would probably have a field day at the Clinton County Fair.
Okay.
And over in Plattsburgh, like at the fairgrounds.
Why?
They'll have the Trump, they'll have like these booths set up, right?
Uh-huh.
And they're just like, man, Trump's still president like 2 years
Oh,
ago.
yeah,
It's like that group. He's still our president. Trust me. Like he's still making the shots.
That's fucked up.
There's a lot of them over there. I've actually talked with them just to like hear what they have to say, but it gets pretty good.
Oh yeah.
Listen to it. I'm like, you really think so?
Don't listen.
And they'll
to
be
that.
like, listen, on
that's their own reality tunnel,
10th,
man.
On September 10th, I'm telling you, this is what's gonna happen. And then I'm like, oh shit, I don't think it ever happened.
No,
like,
it didn't. No. Don't worry about any of that stuff. That's not for you guys to worry about. Create your own reality. Enjoy this reality that you signed up for.
I hope not. I voted for him. He still put $8 trillion in our debt. We need some.
None of that matters. You worried about $8 trillion in debt? None of this matters, you guys. Fuck. Go catch your fish and enjoy your life.
And buy your lithium batteries. It'll make your time on the water that much better. That's what I'm like really electronics, trolling motors, batteries, all the like accessories that go into the boat. I'm like pretty dialed on all that stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know if they
does the collective want me to get you want to get a new boat, so go get one. Stop having negative emotions around this new boat you want. Tell the universe what you want and start moving forward towards it. Without zero negative emotions. Don't even care about the boat. Write it out and then forget about it. And all of a sudden, this boat will just magically appear. I don't know how it works. That's how it works. True story.
Oh, I got it. So Juice Newton also, if you
keep talking, I'll be right back.
If you are connecting your outboard to that ionic, I didn't even think about this. When you said that you were isolating, I'm looking to isolate. Okay, so you are trying to, but if you keep your outboard hooked up to that ionic, it's going to charge it super fast, especially if you have like a newer outboard, like just a Pro XS in general, the 2-stroke Pro XS or a Show. It's going to charge that battery so much faster than an AGM would that if you keep it hooked up, you'll be good with just that one battery more than likely. So one of the other guys said to go 2 of them. Yeah, I'd probably go 2 just to be safe. If we know with that setup with 4 graphs and stuff, you'll be on the edge of having it die on you towards the end of your days. But I don't isolate mine. I keep them on the motor. There's no difference between people say interference and stuff, but I see zero issue with my outboard running versus not running with my electronics. It makes no difference. Should I liquidate my 401k to get this boat? Yes, I would. You guys hear Gambler Boats is no longer again? What is that? I didn't even know they were back in. Are there companies that make a 12-volt 200 amp hour? Yeah, there's one that's really close. It's a MillerTech. MillerTech has a 190 amp hour. It's one battery. And if you want to see it, Bass Fishing Electronics, he's a MillerTech guy. He's a dealer for them. He has it on their website. JP actually runs that battery. He ran it this year. He didn't have a problem with it. So look up bassfishelectronics.com. He does your boat too, right, Steve?
Yeah.
But he sells Miller Tech. Look up that battery, 190 amp hours. Just one battery. And it's about the same size. I think it's in a Group 31 case. So it's not any bigger than probably the battery you currently have. Somebody asked, what's this? Is that something that you would know about?
No.
Gene says he wants to liquidate his 401k.
To get a basketball?
Yeah, no, he must be is he the guy that's saying, does the collective want me to buy a new boat? So
yeah.
Then yes, he should liquidate it.
If your emotions are right, your feelings towards it are right, yeah. If you're nervous, then that ain't good.
I have an 18-foot bird with an Optimax, so I wasn't sure how the lithium BMS would account for the oh yeah, an Optimax if it's the original or 28 or an 18-foot bird. So I don't know what year it is. That Optimax, but yeah, that Optimax could be on the.
So Tacklecraft, you need a you just need like a 9-volt.
Yeah.
Just rip that thing off of there.
That thing works actually. That's what
I had a 520C once.
Well, yeah. That was like one of the first fish
that?
finders I ever saw.
Why couldn't we just go back to those days?
First one I ever had was a HDS 8
little one.
Gen 2. I had a big one the first one because I couldn't even afford to buy one when those were out. They still sell those, and I think about putting one on just for like nostalgic purposes in a tournament.
Man.
How many lithiums do I need? Yeah, you just need a 9-volt, the battery you put in your smoke detector.
Yes. I ran a paper graph once.
I've never even seen one, to be honest.
Lund.
I've never physically seen one.
About 19.
I don't even know what they look like. I don't even know what it is.
92, and it was old. It came on the Lund. It was old then. I remember buying paper for it.
Actually, the first one I had was a Humminbird Matrix 67. That was what it was called. I got it. My parents bought it. And it would basically just tell you how deep it was.
Yeah.
And it had a little GPS in it. And I think the GPS, like, it must have shit the bed in it. And then all of a sudden, all it was just nothing.
We had a Loran.
A who?
So you'd have a big antenna on your boat.
Yeah.
It was before the GPS, and it would go off of towers on land. Yeah.
And it was just GPS.
Loran C. It was right before GPS came out. Like you were a bigwig. I didn't have it. My buddy did. God, those were the days.
Does that old Stratus guy from Vermont still fish all the Champlain derbies? Wolf Graham, maybe.
I don't know.
I've never heard. I don't recognize it. His name. Did you see John Murray passed 19? Did you see John Murray posted in 1977? Oh yeah, I did read that. I did read that article, how they were saying about when the flasher, like when it was the flasher and then it switched, I think there was like an article. It was literally the exact same points that like the live scope people are making. Like how live scope is like, people were saying this is ruining the sport of fishing, over switching to like a black and white, like probably a paper graph. I don't know.
Really?
Same.
I guess everyone's gonna complain.
It was the same.
Why complain about it, guys? Just go out and fucking live
the same comments. People were gonna fish everything. It was too easy to like find the fish.
I don't know. It's whatever you decide, bro. If you think the fish are, this is my other point. People keep saying how the live scope scares the fish. Not in my reality.
Yeah, I don't know if it does.
It doesn't scare them in my boat. If you believe it does, it will. This reality will show fish being scared. Do you understand my point here, bud? No, you don't.
I mean,
you don't.
I don't try to. Whenever I see them, I don't want them to be scared of my.
They're not. Don't let them be scared. Don't even have that thought in your head.
They've been coming to the boat for years. The fish have been coming to the boat. They're not scared.
I'll be honest though, it's
That
pretty-
wasn't John Murray. That was Randy in disguise.
It was pretty stupid though, man. Like,
What?
I don't know. Just all this money we spend on a little fish.
Oh my god, dude.
Is it that fun?
Dude, my electronic setup is like on my console, it's like 10 grand.
Go to the saltwater,
and
man.
then
throw some shrimp
on
out there and set the
bow,
hook. Fuck these fish.
I bought my boat that I have now, and it was like 70,000 with no electronics.
Sure.
And then I added the electronics separate, and I went to insure it, and they're like, "Well, how much?" You know, and I was like, "Well, I bought it for 71." And then I was adding up my graphs, and I was like, "Holy fuck, my boat's literally $95,000."
That's why I don't really want to get a new boat right now.
Yeah.
Because I have negative emotions tied to it, right?
Yeah, that's in your own reality.
It is. I don't feel like I'm not sure what to do because it's going to cost a little bit of money to put all these new big graphs on and stuff.
Yeah, that 16-inch Garmin is like $5 or $6 grand.
I probably get fit. I
Retail.
probably get a pretty good deal on them, but still,
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah, it's crazy to think like you used to just buy a boat and you just pay for the boat. And now it's like your batteries are a huge expense now.
Yeah.
And then, but they last forever. Not forever, but I mean, I'm pretty hardcore on my stuff. Like I probably have 150 cycles a year, like on my lithiums.
Sure.
So mine are probably at 500 or 600 cycles at least.
How many
And I've
hours is
been
on your
beat-
and right now?
I've been beating the crap.
What's your motor hours?
900, but it's 2.5 years, but old. But my battery's like where Travis and I are fishing, it destroys your stuff. And like the fact that I'm still on the same batteries is like pretty crazy to me that those little things are still like they're still kicking, they're holding up. There's no better test for equipment than here, but yeah, it's like, oh my god, dude, the electronics thing it's nuts.
Why are you guys going with a 16-inch Garmin when you can go with the TBT Marine 22-inch graph and just use the HDMI out of one of the Garmins? So because we want two screens, I need two screens for my live scope at the bow because I run two transducers.
Yeah.
So 122 would be great, but you can't fit two 22s up there.
You would have to you would have to take your you could do 122 and then have like a 12-inch.
No, I want them all.
But I think that company makes a 16 also. But you have to have a master unit for that graph too. Like you have to have a master. So all those guys have a console Garmin unit, and they hook the live scope to the console unit, and then they forward it up to the bow.
Yeah.
Plus, who knows those NBT? I don't know how long it's been out. It's I just saw it this year for the first time, and like, how is it going to hold up?
You can split the 22-inch screen, they're saying,
like into two different sources.
But still, 12 and 12 is 24.
And the way it would, I don't know, the way it would be like such a weird picture to. But those things might not even. You could take them out here. Name one guy that's been on Lake Ontario with that graph.
Sure.
And like,
yeah.
You know, like it's not like
and even my unit. I'm happy with the 212s. Like a 16 would be better.
Yeah, I have the 16 Lowrance and it's pretty awesome, but I have the Garmin 12 inches right next to it, and the 16 it just gives you like a wider picture. It's not really like a taller unit. They kind of just widen it out a little bit, but I do like. I've used both, right? And the 16's better, but I only have. But if you want to do like 3,
could I get two 16s and a 12? I should be able to.
You'd have to do two 16s like stacked, and then have a 12 on the side, probably.
Oh, really?
Like you'd have to have the 12. Cause that's what Koyo Fujita has. the guy where one of the Japanese guys, he has two 16s like stacked, and then off to the right he has a separate 12-inch. I don't think it's on the same mount. I think the 16s are together, and then I think he has a separate.
I could do that.
A separate deal.
What's the best mount? Like, let's say you have your normal mounts, like a Bass Boat Technologies mount.
Yeah.
16 and a 16. Where are you going to put that 12? I have the balls out in the Lund.
I would just bolt it to the deck. Something that can't move. Yeah. I would either say like a Boat Logics or a Bass Boat Technologies, and for the two of them, and then just bolt, just like through bolt it through your deck, the gimbal bracket, because the balls out will still loosen up.
Yep.
On you, like eventually. I wonder how many of these guys are in the same dilemma as us. I'm not even really in a dilemma though. I'm the only thing I'm thinking about doing is putting the saltwater transducer on and like messing around with that.
Just one.
But I still don't think it would even matter until like the summer. Like it's not going to do you any good in the spring.
I'm so fine with what I have. I feel like I'm pretty dialed in.
The only way you'd want the saltwater one is if you're fishing nomadic fish.
And I don't do that much.
Yeah, here it's not that. Most of the fish are relating to structure, so.
Yeah. All right, guys. I got to shoot some ducks in the morning. What else we got?
Gotta go. My reality has me with conference calls in the AM. I gotta go to work too in the morning.
So does the Garmin was it the 1226? Is that what they are?
126.
Does the saltwater one work with that, or do you need a different?
I don't even know. It should. I think even the Garmin box works with it.
Really?
I don't even think you need a different box. I think it's the same. The transducer's huge though.
Yeah.
Like it would probably take your trolling motor, and like when you're in current, I bet you'd feel it. It'd probably feel like a big rudder on your trolling motor. It's so big. It's literally, I think it's 10 inches tall, where the normal one is like 5. It's like twice the size. I've only seen ice fishing videos with it though. In reality, I have a 9-inch scope. Yeah. Yes, the GL. So yeah, you can use the same. Slump Gumpy says you can use the same.
The collective wants you to keep your boat. You should get a new one. I know.
The hard part is trying to sell the thing.
Only if you think it's hard. That's my whole point.
Who do you think is going to buy it?
If you have fear,
yeah, but if you
it's going to be hard.
It,
by you saying it's going to be hard, it's going to be hard. That's my whole point. But we are conditioned to have these negative emotions attached to our stuff, our possessions, our reality.
Yeah, but you want to sell your boat for how much money?
I don't know, whatever it's worth.
But it's fully rigged. That's the thing. Like for me, my boat, when I had it brand new, I was like, holy shit, this thing's worth $95,000. Like if I use it for a year, I have to sell it for like $89,000. Like who's gonna buy a used boat that's that much money? But somebody in a different reality that wants that boat,
that's right,
will buy it.
They will. Yeah.
15% for 636 months.
That's all it costs. For $700 a month, you can have a brand new boat.
That's way more than that.
No, I think that's what my monthly payments are.
That's pretty good. Do you have a 20-year loan?
Nah, balloon.
What the hell is that?
Like I don't know. For the first 6 years, and then if I don't pay it off in 6 years, I owe like
oh shit, really?
Everything. I never keep them that long.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'm just using the bank's money. I could care less. Think about it.
Yeah, if it gives you
if I had 90 grand cash and paid off the boat and that cash is now gone, tied up into a shitty ass boat. I that's not my reality, right? The bank owns the motherfucker, and I borrow the boat for $700 a month.
Yeah, in the worst case, the bank puts you on a bad boy list.
I'm just saying, I got no money tied up in this thing.
I mean, it's the same for me.
That's how I like it.
I try to do a 10-year loan on mine.
The one I did a normal loan on because I'm going to keep that boat forever.
So if you do a balloon, like how low? I mean, I don't know. Was it like a lower interest for
before my interest rates went up?
Yeah.
So my last year's boat was like $450 a month.
Damn.
Now I'm $600.
Yeah.
Yeah. A balloon, 15-year balloon, I think it was, or 10-year.
But whenever you get a new boat, you get a new loan.
Yeah.
Is it reset?
Yeah.
The loan.
So because I get a small discount on my boats, and I get stuff half off or a discount,
yeah,
I can normally break even. I'm still renting a boat every month, but
yeah, you pay like $500 and you've got the boat, and then when you sell it,
yeah.
Huh. So I'd have to ask for a balloon interest rate. Because I go in there, they probably think I'm going to keep the boat for 10 years.
Yeah, they don't care. They're still making money. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, mine, I don't know. Interest rates have probably gone way up too. Like I bought mine in end of 2020 is when I got my.
Oh yeah.
End of 2020 into 2021 was when I got like my interest rate that I have now.
Yeah.
And I mean, shit, I heard that freaking they're all over 10% if you got good credit. What's he say? It's $1,100 a month for a new Canis loaded. Depends on how much you love fishing and your reality.
Yeah, Lee's right. One guy trip pays for my boat for the month. So for me, that makes sense.
Epic Eric hop back on. There's no way he's still watching.
No, he's watching his Netflix.
He might be. He stays up really late.
So you wash out the mud and reset the balloon loan. There you go. That's what I do, guys. Yeah, I just know it's going to be $600 a month forever.
Any live stream fishing this winter? Lake trout, brown trout, or steelhead?
I'm gonna be
live stream. Oh, any stream fishing?
I'll be stream fishing next week because duck season here closes on Sunday. I might go down to the Finger Lakes to shoot some birds, but I'll be steelhead fishing after that. Then get ready for ice fishing, Holmes. Yeah.
You'll be going ice fishing. I'll be going to Texas. Yeah, I'm going to do this year. I'm doing all the invitationals. So it's 6 tournaments.
Where are they?
But it's a pretty good schedule. The first one's Sam Rayburn, first week of February. Then first week of March, last week of February, first week of March is on West Point Lake in Georgia.
Then there.
Oh
yeah.
And then it goes to Kentucky Lake, which is like the first time that we've had a really, I mean, there's been some Toyotas there, I think, in the last couple of years, but that's in April. And then May, it goes to Lake Eufaula in Alabama, which is like right next to West Point. They're they actually might be connected now that they might be the same river system. And then it goes Lake Champlain in June. And then the Detroit River, which I don't know where the ramp is exactly, but I heard it's in like the mouth of Erie.
Yeah, Detroit Metro.
So it'd be closer to go to Erie than it would to go to St. Clair. So that's the 6 tournaments. And
what are you trying to accomplish?
Then I'm just fishing them really to fish them, I guess. Just because there's like
you have a wrap boat and shit.
I don't know. We'll see.
Like, do they make you?
There's not a requirement for it now.
You're gonna be that guy, are you?
And then I don't have anybody that's gonna wrap it right now.
Fuck, you don't need a boat wrap.
So if somebody wants to pay me to do it, then I probably would, but we'll see. I only have like 6 weeks to like figure it out from now. And then I'm fishing the 3 Toyotas.
Yeah.
And then I'm fishing the BFL All-American. And then I'm trying to fish I might fish the whole BFL trail too. Because the BFLs, a lot of them are like overlapping and like.
When does does he have no tournaments? July, August, September?
July is the first week of July is a Toyota on Champlain.
Yeah.
Or second week of July. Then there's a BFL out of Messina.
No.
Like towards the end of July. And then I go to the Detroit River at the end of July.
Oh, nice. So you won't even be here. That'll be good.
Then that'll be the end of that, the invitationals, and then I come back to Champlain.
Take Jody with you too, and keep both you guys off this body of water.
And then
that should be all right.
Yeah, there's a Toyota in August here out of Messina.
Well, I'm gonna fish that probably again.
And then after that, I think there's maybe like some BFLs. I think, but the majority of the season is kind of early. But anyway, I have the money right now to do it, so I can do it without, because of this season. So I can pay to do it and not go into credit card debt.
Yeah.
Because the reality is, like, nobody's going to pay me. Like, I have a few people that are pitching in. Like, I have some money that I'm getting. Beast Coast giving me money. Bass Fish Electronics is with me, but those guys would they're whatever already with me, and it doesn't matter if I'm fishing like the higher level. But reality is, none of the companies that are like fishing companies,
right?
None of them would even look at me. None of them, hardly any of them would email me back or call me back.
Sure.
Like every company.
No, they won't.
Yeah. And so anyway, I have some deals like local places back home that are like still trying to do, but that are non-fishing related.
Yep.
And so I have some money to do it, and I like broke down all the costs and stuff to do it. And I'm like, man, Champlain's on the schedule. Like, who wouldn't want to go to Erie and fish one? Like, that should be fun. The schedule's pretty good. Like, who even knows if this tour is going to exist?
Right.
Like next year, the thing's probably going to fall apart. So I've always wanted to fish like the national level for at least a year. So we'll give it a shot and see what I can do. But I'm still going to be working too. So I'll still have my full-time deal. Try to work as much as I can in between. But yeah, it's a real cluster of tournaments.
All right, guys. Well, thanks for hanging out. It went late.
What do you say, dude? I'm gonna come meet you for that Detroit River, Britt.
There you go.
Nice.
All right. You know where I'm going tomorrow?
Duck hunting.
Eel Bay.
Do you launch right in there? Or do you have to run?
I launch in Clayton.
Yeah.
And then I drive my fucking boat into the bay.
Has there been like ice in there?
No.
Like at the ramp at all? No.
Then I set my shit up. Then I idle my boat to the bank. And I take a bunch of tarps, camouflage the boat a little bit. Then I get my kayak out and I drive back to my decoys like 200 yards away.
Oh, okay.
And then I shoot my birds. Because the water's so low, you can't get into any.
And you do all this at night?
In the morning.
Like when it's dark, though.
4 a.m.
Yeah, it's pitch black.
Pitch black. Get set up and wait for the birds to
How
show
many
up.
people die doing this stuff?
Man.
Do people, like, is it pretty dangerous? Like, is it worse than ice fishing? Like, do you hear,
I think
like,
if you're not prepared, it can be bad.
Yeah.
I mean, there's going to be accidents, right? You could like a week ago, or no, it was 3-4 days ago, I went out of Clayton into Eel Bay, and it was blowing 25 right away in the morning, 4 a.m., right? As I'm coming out of Clayton, I look to my left, and there's a fucking ship, big one of those big ships, And I don't know how far away he is. I see his lights. But I'm like, well, I'm just going to go. I don't want to wait. And then you're thinking, okay, if your motor fucking stalls right now and you have no trolling motor, you have no way of moving away from this ship that's coming at you. Right? There's those
His
things.
ass don't even know you're there.
Right. So I just went, but I was in big ass waves. I get to Eel Bay and I realized it was too fucking windy to even like set up there. So then I was going to go to Grindstone. So I had to get back.
Don't you like check the weather and just be like, I no fucking way.
I thought I could do it. I got there and I was like, fuck, I ain't jumping in this water. Because then I jump in the water with my waders, right? And set my decoys and shit. And I'm like, fuck that, dude. There was fucking 2-footers coming in 3 feet of water. But, you know, fucking waves are coming.
I figured.
Fuck that. Yeah, it's different, dude.
I mean, I've never been duck hunt doing that shit, but
Well,
I mean,
just
I've had like a boat on the bank before with waves crashing on it in the daylight, and that fucking sucks.
Yeah, so
I couldn't even imagine.
Think about it. So I wear a life jacket, I have a kill switch, but you don't know. I have lights, but you don't know if there's something in the water you could hit. I'm not really worried about hitting stuff because, you know, GPS and I run my tracks, but plus the water's down so much. That's why I have to do a kayak, because I can't put my big boat in the cattails because you can't get close enough to them because they drew so much water down.
Yeah.
It's mud. It's fucked up here, dude. It's not.
I don't know. You told the story like maybe a month ago about when you took toll and you were.
Oh yeah, that was bad.
I was like thinking, because I'm like putting myself in that situation. I'm like, I'm pretty sure it's pitch black, and he's talking about this.
Yeah.
And I'm like, this sounds like so dangerous. Like I never hear any accidents with it, with like duck hunting.
Not around here. I mean, there's gonna be some deaths, but you just gotta be smart.
Like as cold as it is and shit, and you're running, it's pitch black, and I mean, when you say how windy it is, I'm like, I know what the place looks like in wind, and it like sucks when you can see and you're in a bass boat, let alone like
it's crazy
messing around. Like,
so I left
Eel on the rocks
4 days ago. It was so blown. I left Eel Bay and I went to Grindstone, but I went towards, I guess, on the west side of Grindstone. So you know where Wolf and Grindstone are?
Yeah.
I had to go from the cut.
Grindstone's the one in between Eel Bay and Wolf Island.
Yes. So I had
when you come out of Clayton, it's
yeah. So I left Eel Bay, went through the cut, and then had to get
into Canada or the other way?
U.S. side.
Yeah.
And I had to get back in those big ass west winds.
That's like the roughest part.
Yes.
Possibly of the St. Lawrence River.
So, and I was smart. I was going 20, but it just took forever, dude.
And it's pitch black.
Yeah. By myself. It's not fun.
No.
I have nobody that fucking wants to duck hunt with me. You know? If I had a buddy that would want to go, it'd be easier.
My God. And there's other people doing this shit?
Here and there. Not too many.
So you see people out there messing around too, and you're like,
no. Once in a while. There's one group that hunts kind of where I do. But
what about the deal where you said like the first day you were like just walking through the woods,
like
through the bog?
So that's marsh. That's a whole different. That's just me taking the kayak to the Perch River. You've driven over.
I don't know what that is. Where is it connected to?
It
dumps in
the Black River Bay.
Okay.
You've driven, if you're driving from here to Clayton on 12.
So it's just like you've
driven over it. You've seen it.
You've definitely Black River. Probably. But
if you're going to Clayton,
yeah,
not from 81, but from here.
Yeah, you got to go around 3 miles. You'd be heading down into
that's
Chameau.
that's one way to go. There's another road that goes straight. But anyways, no. So I've been hunting the marshes with a kayak, which is still fucking work. But you're not in big waves.
But you're not out in the lake.
No.
You're on the main open water.
We hunted Chameau last week, and it was freaking blowing like a mofo through in there. And there I set up out in the open. I was diver hunting. So I was hunting those big birds. Cans and redheads and bluebills, putting out 200-300 decoys, and then trying to set your anchor up so you're right on the edge of your decoys, but you're not drifting. Like that's hard enough just setting 2 anchors up to hold you in those big waves.
Yeah,
like it's takes a messed up person to want to do that.
Is it like messing your boat up?
No.
That lung?
Mm-mm. No.
Man, whenever you tell the stories, it just reminds me of the days where I used to like be out there and my trolling motor batteries would die and the waves would just do whatever the hell they wanted me with my little aluminum boat, and I'd be fishing near the bank. Next thing you know, just like you're on the bank and you've got waves crashing into you. Like that's what I imagine every single time that you're talking about this, but it's pitch black and
Well,
it's freezing.
and it's cold. I have 3 sets of gloves. I have one for the ride out, one for setting decoys, and then one for the ride in.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
And you shoot a couple ducks.
You know, 6 of them.
That's what it reminds me of, the guys that are just out there like ice fishing, and it's just like, I don't know. I ice fish, but there's just like some crazy shit that goes on with that too. It's just like super diehard. It's way more diehard than bass fishing is.
Yeah. Yeah. The duck hunts work, especially the way I've been doing it. Dragging a kayak out there too. I use that big boat just to get to a spot, and then I fucking kayak the rest of the way because I can't get close enough to the shore.
But in your reality, you just like know nothing's gonna happen. You're just like, I'm just gonna go up there, I'm gonna set up, I'm gonna shoot my ducks.
Yeah.
You're not worried about.
I'm not worried. If you have any fear, you shouldn't be going out there.
Yeah.
You can be smart. Don't be dumb, but have your lights on. Like I have a headlight and I have a big shiner and I have a main light on my boat. Right. So let's just say I did cross that fucking river in front of that big freighter that was half a mile away barreling down at me, and my big motor dies right in the middle. Right. The last thing you want to do is trying to find a fucking flashlight to put your kill switch back in or whatever the fuck happened. Right. You got to have everything ready. Anchor ropes need to be ready. When you jump in the water, you better make sure it's a hard bottom. Or
why don't you just set up the night before?
Like 2.
What if you what if you?
Because it doesn't take long to throw out. If you're gonna run a small spread,
so let's say what time? What's your timing?
Half hour before sunrise is legal shooting.
No, what's your timing? Like, so you want to be in the water.
If you got
like,
guys,
when you want to be on, like whenever. I'm not talking about like your drive time or anything like that because it's all.
I want to be ready to shoot.
But when you pull in, you set your big one-off plane.
Yep.
And how long before the sun? Before 30 minutes before sunrise, which would be like what 7 a.m. right now.
Yeah.
So you want to be in there at what time?
5:30.
So like an hour before.
So a good hour to set up. Unless it's like a weekend and you know there's gonna be other guys and you gotta get out there at 4 a.m.
Yeah.
And you just fucking sit there, shine your fucking shiner at people coming at you. Let them know you're there already.
I'm here, bro.
Seriously. It's fucking different, dude. But it's pretty fun.
I have some buddies back home that do it on Champlain.
Yeah.
They set up, but I don't know, like, I've never asked them. Like, I figured they just left the decoys out, like, all the time.
No.
Like, the guys in Ticonderoga, I remember I'd fish tournaments down there, like, opening day of duck.
Sure.
And you'd be running down the bank, and there'd be, like, every single point. There'd be a duck hunter on it.
Yeah.
And they'd all be, when we would blast off, they were there like in the blind.
Yeah.
Like you never even saw them.
Right.
But the decoys are out there, but they never would come out and shoot. At least when you were near them. Probably because we'd scare all the ducks away. But
it's different. There's different species and different times of the year. There's different ducks than there was a month ago here. You know, teal and like wood ducks are all mostly gone.
Here's a guy at home that he hunts like Canadian geese, and he's never on the water. He's always in fields.
Yeah.
And he said he watches, like, he said they'll fly so fast. They'll be in like the Arctic Circle or whatever. Like they'll be way up in the top of Canada, and like 2 days they'll be in.
Sure.
They'll be coming through Plattsburgh, New York.
Yeah.
Like they'll in like a day or two, they're just like.
Oh yeah.
And then like 2 days after that, they'll be down.
They're gone.
He said they move so fast, just depending on the weather up there.
Yeah. Plus, there's just a lot. I mean, they don't all go at the same time, just like when they fucking bass spawn.
Yeah.
Tomorrow will be, I don't know. We'll see what happens. It's fun.
Would you say it was a good year doing it this year compared to
Good learning experience? I don't know.
like? Do you think you shot more than you like?
No, I thought I thought it'd be better.
Yeah.
I did. I could shoot puddle ducks early, mallards, teal, black ducks, pintails, widgeon. We don't have a lot of good divers late. We got fucking mergansers, old squaws, scoters, and goldeneye.
Yeah, this guy Lee. That's the same with me. I look in the air. I literally only thought that before I started watching you talking about these ducks on this show.
You thought they were all
I thought they were
kind.
all either green mallards
Right.
or the brown and like whitish color ones, which are like male and female, I think.
That's
right?
funny.
That's all I thought there was.
Uh-huh.
This guy said I wouldn't be able to tell the species when they're flying.
There's
yet.
like 50 different kinds, man.
I'll stick to turkey and I don't have to worry about drowning.
I know. Fuck.
No, I'm a guy that does. I mean, I used to do a lot of crazy shit to like ice fish, bass fish. Never hunted, but like, fuck. When Travis talks about this shit, I could put myself in that situation. I'm
It's
like,
the same deal. It's big water, bro.
Like I've been on this lake on Ontario at night, and I'm like, man, this is not.
Oh, yeah.
Like I've been on Champlain when one time the wind kicked up. I was out like really late, like 3 a.m. It was like real early. Like I was like pretty much doing an all-nighter, and the wind kicked up, and I was graphing, and all of a sudden the wave like hit me in the stomach, and it's 3 o'clock in the morning, and I'm like, oh my god, this is not like what I expected or what I like signed up for out here, because it was like calm, and then just a front came through or something. But like, I've seen some shit like that where I'm just like, man, this is. Oh well.
All right, we gotta shut this thing down, guys. Thanks for hanging out with us. We'll see you, I guess, next week, Monday. For all 60 guys that are still here.
I can't believe that, huh? 60 guys.
Fucking weirdos. You just listen to this talk about ducks.
Did it end?
Not yet. I gotta look at here. All right. Thanks, Lee. He's gonna get himself a deer. Get myself 4 mallards and 2 black ducks. All right, guys. See ya.
Peace out.
All right, we're done.